Look, man, I just want my sales back. Nobody's buying nothing these days.
I'll stop sharing that, and at this moment, I think it's good for us to start. You kindly allow me to put on my video so that we can start. I'll humbly take this opportunity to invite Madam Joyce Karanja to offer an opening prayer for us so that we can start our meeting. Joyce, the head of CP Satellite Campus.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we come before your awesome presence this morning with thanksgiving in our hearts. We want to thank you for the gift of this day and the gift of life that you have given each one of us. And God, we want to commit the business of the day before you. And we pray that you go before us, O Lord. We pray that you honor us with your presence. We pray that you inhabit our interactions this morning, dear Lord. That our Father, as we continue to learn from one another and to learn more about this institution that you have brought us here, Lord, that all glory and honor shall be back unto you. We want to thank you for our students. We appreciate the fact that, Lord, they have chosen Kenyatta University as their place of learning. We bless them in the name of Jesus Christ. And we pray that this day will give them a good beginning of their studies, so Lord, and that, Father, you will promise them to be with them to the very end of them of their studies, so God. We want to thank you and we want to appreciate you. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much. Amen. Thank you, Madam Joyce Karanja. And James, the head, the other side, SSP, will be moderating this meeting together with me. Allow me to say I'm Dr. Eric Masika in the digital school. And you could see on the screen, maybe you could see James. James, you want to say hi so that we are moderating this meeting together. Mr. Mugambi, maybe you can mute and speak.
Thank you, Dr. for welcoming me. I'm Mugambi, the end of admissions SSP. We move together and we get a very nice moment together.
Thank you, James. We'll be together. And at this point, this is not a meeting. We're on behalf of myself and Kenyatta University, as we moderate this meeting. We want to start the meeting straight away. Apologies, we're about 16 minutes late, but it's good time for us to start. We're about 45 in the house. We're expecting slight about 150. Hopefully we'll be joining us to move on. So I'll take this humble opportunity to welcome our registrar, who will welcome us on behalf of the university and will make his address. So I take this opportunity, maybe before he comes, allow me just to give some guidelines on what is expected. We will be requesting that you kindly post your questions on the platform Then the other thing we can do as we move on, please talk to us in our meeting, and I'll be posting the contacts on the sites. You can send us a message on 0745, I repeat, 0745 231 776. Please send us a question, send us not a WhatsApp, just a message, and then we'll be able to respond. You can also, if you can access the email, you can send an email to info.admissions. They'll be posting those details on their sites. So please talk to us at ku.sc.ke, and that will be easier for us. The other thing we want to reiterate is that please try as much as possible to maintain yourself on mute unless we request you to speak to us. You can also turn off your videos so that we can enjoy the luxury of the bandwidth. That will really go a long way in supporting. Joshua, kindly mute. Thank you. So that we all listen to each other. And with those few house rules, I want to again more sincerely and humbly take this opportunity to invite our registrar, Dr. Kivunge, to speak to us and welcome us to Kenyatta University. Over to you, registrar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Masika, for guiding us on what to do today, and also for the wonderful entertainment before we started this session. Ladies and gentlemen, our great students who have joined us today for this orientation, good morning, everyone. If you can wave, kindly wave. If you can wave, kindly wave. Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I will just give some welcome remarks to our students. That is the new intake for May 2021. And then I will discuss on several issues which are key to our students as they join. So let me say, it is good and wonderful thing to join a university, and not just any university, to join Kenyatta University. This is a great place to be. And before I make some more remarks, I want to recognize a number of people who have joined us, who are key to students as they go through their studies here in Kenyatta University. Those who have come today, in a normal orientation, if it were physical, you would see them face to face. But if you are here and you can turn on your camera and you can be seen, I will appreciate if I mention. We have a number of people working under the academic division, which deals with students. We have the director of student affairs, a key person you need to know. The director of student affairs is Dr. Charles Magoma. Dr. Charles Magoma deals with issues related to student affairs. Any issues that can affect you, Dr. Charles Magoma is an important person you need to know. Then, depending on the different programs that you are admitted in, we have a number of people who head different sections. The heads of sections who are here, I will just want to recognize them, those who have joined us. The overall head admissions is Mrs. Iwana Odongo. Mrs. Odongo, kindly wave if you are here. Thank you. We have somebody who heads what I would call the admissions for students under KU's COOPS section, Mr. Noah Ajuoga. Kindly wave. We have somebody in charge of postgraduate students, Mr. Richard Traer, who is here with us. We have somebody who takes charge of satellite campuses, Mrs. Joyce Karanja. Kindly wave. I've seen Joyce. Kindly wave if you are right. People wouldn't see the other hand. Yes, thank you. I've seen Mr. James Mugambi, who is in charge of self-sponsored students. He introduced himself earlier. We have other members who are key also. I think I've seen somebody in charge of exams currently, Madam Wamboi. I saw Madam Wamboi here. I've seen Dr. Benson Buru, who is in charge of academic audit. Dr. Mbabusa is also here, who deals with teaching programs and all that. Professor Willis Abuso, Mr. Motegi Mkobwa, and many others. Of course, this is a very large section of the university. Eric Omondi, kindly mute. Thank you very much, Eric. So I will not tire you with mentioning all of them. I believe when you will come here face to face, we will have a chance to meet, and you can know many other members of the division. I think as a student, as you join Kenyatta University, it is important to note the university is headed by the Vice Chancellor. The Vice Chancellor would meet you when you will come here for face-to-face learning. The Vice Chancellor is the overall CEO of the university, and under him are Deputy Vice Chancellors, registrars, and many other members of staff. But every student admitted to this university belongs to a school. If you look at your letter of admission, you belong to a particular school, and it's good to know your school. That school is headed by a dean. We will also have an opportunity to know the deans, but at least you will need to know your dean, even if you don't know the others. And then your program is housed in a department. So it will be good also to know there are departments in the university which are headed by chairpersons or heads of departments. I know a number of people will ask, why is orientation important? Why would we have this session? In a normal semester, if we were doing face-to-face learning, the orientation is normally an entire week. Our students normally come here for a full week, and during that week, there is purely just orientation. And during the orientation, it is when you are advised and informed of key issues you need to know about the happenings in the university. It is true you've come here because you want to get to further your studies. There are students who are coming here to do certificates, diplomas, a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, even PhD degrees, and postgraduate diplomas. And it is good to understand the rules governing any institution. What is available, where can you get help, and all that. So that is the essence of orientation. So today, even though we do it online, at least you are going to be guided on a number of key things that govern your stay in Kenyatta University. The same way, in many bodies and institutions, when you are first employed, you are taken through an orientation program just to understand that institution better. So this is an important aspect of knowing Kenyatta University better. So allow me to talk about the core business of why you had to come to KU to get to further your studies, and a number of things that you need to know concerning the journey you have started. This is a wonderful journey that you have started to further your studies. And each one of us will remember a time when we started this journey in the universities. And it's a journey which can be very enjoyable if you understand what you are supposed to do. It is a journey which can also be very tough and hard if you don't get it right from the start. So I say, as we do this orientation, it is good you understand the key things. So I was saying, the core business of you coming to KU is to get your a degree, to get your diploma, to further your studies. So in that case, what I want to talk about first is things concerning academics that you need to know. Key things that you need to know. The first one is about semester dates. Okay, our university operates on what is called a semester system. What happens in a semester system is that in each year is divided into 2 semesters for a number of programs. The other programs which go on what I will call trimesters. So instead of doing 2, they will do 3 sessions in a year. You can call them terms. So it's good to know that as we operate on a semester system, the units that are taught to students are taught per semester. That means when you take units in the first semester, those units are normally not repeated in the second semester. And if you are on a trimester system, because I know there are groups which will be on a trimester system, if you take units on the first trimester, they're not repeated on the second trimester, they're not repeated on the third. So that means that one has to make a correct choice in terms of choosing the correct units at every semester. So the semester dates are important for you because you will know what are you supposed to be doing at any particular time of the semester. And the detailed semester schedules normally, and one has already been posted on the website, it tells you what you have to do when. What you have to do when. Like today is orientation. It means then next week, the first year students are starting their online learning. And then there are details of when you have to do your first continuous assessment test, when you have to do your second continuous assessment test, and all that. So it is important for everyone to know about that. Those are important dates that you need to know for the semester. The university has what I would call strict deadlines that needs to be followed. So in knowing about your semester dates, please note there are strict deadlines. The university is very different from what would happen in high school. If you were in high school and maybe you had a challenge of paying fees, maybe your parents would go maybe visit the principal, talk to them, and explain how they will pay their fees. That is not the case in a university. A university operates in a very different way. Because you can imagine the number of students we are, very many. You wouldn't have somebody sit and listen to every story that different people have. So there are deadlines given, like when should you clear your fees? Please follow those deadlines. They are clearly shown in the schedule of the academic activities for the semester. Same way, when you do the cuts, you know, if you miss a cut, you will have a problem. So it will be always good to note when are cuts scheduled, when is the exam scheduled, so that you organize yourself. I know that we have students, especially postgraduate students, and students who are already in employment, who have other schedules to take care of. And that's why you need to be sure of the semester dates, because they make you plan ahead. It makes you organize your work schedule so that you will fit into those given semester dates. So that is a key thing that we need every student to understand about what to do. Number two, I want to say the semester starts, you have learning to take in terms of what we are calling units. You will realize within the university there are what are called core units. They are what we will say, these are core units to be done. And there are other core units which will be said to be electives. In your first semester, which is the first one when you join, you will be helped to register for your units. But in subsequent semesters that follow, the expectation is that you will have learned that you are able to register yourself, and you will be guided on that, how you can do your registration by yourself. There is normally clear units given depending on the program you take. So you know the units that you have to take in your department. You will know which units you need to take, and you register for those units. Of course, one will only register for units if they pay fees. And somebody will talk about fees in this discussion today. There will be a sanction for somebody to talk about fees payment. So you need to have your units registered. The good thing is the system that we currently use, you can view it from your phone, you can view it from a computer, you can view it from a cyber. Anywhere where you have internet, you can view and see maybe the units you have registered. I said in the first semester, you would be helped because maybe you wouldn't understand what to do. But as time goes on, you will need to understand how to do this, because every student needs to do that by themselves. So, can I mention a few things on how do you make your stay in Kenyatta University enjoyable? I mean, anybody joining a new place would look for ways to make their stay enjoyable, so that you get the best out of it. The many students we have admitted at this time, the expectation is within 4 years, if you are doing a bachelor's course, you will graduate. And I will tell you for real, a majority of students will finish their degree on time, within 4 years, and those who manage to accelerate their programs will finish their courses even within a shorter time. That is very possible. But there are students who will delay themselves, maybe by the choices they make, maybe by not just following the clear instructions that are given. So I want to give you a few things that you need to know How can you make your stay in the university much better, and so that you don't get into problems and you can finish your course on time? Number one, I will say, attend all your classes. I mean, think of a student, even in high school where you went, one student who was always in class and on time, and another student who would miss classes. The chances of you passing increase if you attend classes. And apart from just attending classes, please take good notes. Right? Currently, you get more modules, but apart from the modules, even as the lecturers teach, please write good notes. I used to tell people when I was an undergraduate student, there is a way you can tell whether you take good notes. If people borrow your notes to maybe make up when they miss, you will see. So you have not organized notes, you want to read them. If you're not very well organized, really you don't want to read them. So that is one thing in this journey that you take. Always attend your classes, write your notes very well. That will help you. Number two, do all assignments in the stipulated time. The lecturer gives you an assignment. You're told the assignment is due after a week or two. Please follow that. You will not get into problems. Do not keep pushing it. There is what we call procrastination. The disease, it's common with us men. We like pushing things forward. I know ladies work a bit differently from that. They like to do it and move. But a common problem with us men, we like to push things forward. Not in academics, and not with a semester which has very strict deadlines to follow. So you're given an assignment, finish it. Wait for the next thing. You are supposed to attend class, you have to attend class. You are supposed to go for a trip, do it. You are supposed to do something in second year, don't say I will wait and do it when I'm in third year. It always has a negative effect. So don't procrastinate in academic matters. Somebody just says, go to the website, ensure your names are well captured, ensure your phone number is well captured. Just do that. It will be better for you. I've seen over the years, this is my number 3 concerning how to make your life enjoyable. Walk this journey with your cohort, the group that you join with. It's the same way. I'm very sure most of the students here who are freshmen, when they went to high school, you worked your 4 years, you finished with the other students you started with. And anybody who is delayed even by a semester or 2, things change. You feel disoriented. You feel belonging to the wrong group. So what you want to do is walk this journey with your group. You are stroke 21, you are student stroke 2020, walk the journey with other students who are stroke 2020. Yesterday in my office, a student came, and the student is a stroke 2010. For some reason, he made wrong choices in life, and he left school, and he has to come back. And you can tell it feels so painful for him because his classmates graduated in 2013. Now we are in 2021. 8 years later, he didn't finish because he did not walk the journey with his cohort. And you look at him, he looks an old man compared to the other younger students. So please walk this journey with your friends. The other thing I want to say is as you walk with this journey, work and study with others. I mean, in the university, we encourage a lot. You'll be given assignments to do in groups. Work with your group. You're going to the library, you've discovered a nice learning material. Please share with your colleagues. Maybe you have discovered something interesting in internet, which is helpful for the cause. Share it with your colleagues too, and that way they will also extend the same to you. Then the other thing I will say is just in case, it's like a number 5, just in case something happens and you do not pass in a unit. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it happens. Somebody takes a unit, they don't pass. Do not push that unit forward and do it immediately. If you are told to repeat the unit, repeat immediately the following year. You are told you have to do a supplementary, please do it the soonest when it is next offered. So those are key things you need to know, and you will be told many other things as you walk this journey. There's an important aspect too I want to talk about concerning your stay in KU that you need to understand. The methods of communication used in the university. In every institution, there are modes of communication which are used. There are official communications. For example, the government has an official way of communicating, the Kenya Gazette. Any serious decision made by government is normally communicated through the Kenya Gazette, and that is official. For the same way, the university has official ways of communication, and members of staff in authority to make those communications. So it's good to know who can give official communications. I will start with there is a students' body in KU, the Kenyatta University Students Association. I'm very sorry I forgot to mention that group earlier, but a very important arm of the university, the students' body. Sometimes the students' body wants to communicate. The communications will be done by the officials. The Secretary General mostly does those communications. In exceptional cases, the chair of KUSA can do that, or the president. So that's an official communication. When we come to departments, in the departments, there could be communications that need to be relayed. If it is a communication relating to a particular unit, the lecturer teaching that unit will communicate. If it is something relating to the department, the chairperson of the department will communicate to students. He can do an official communication because he's authorized to do so. I said each department is housed in a school. So several departments make a school. The dean of the school is authorized to make official communication concerning that particular school and to all students in that school. We have the director of student affairs. The director at times can make communications which affect students, but mostly even you can use the office of the registrar. And there are major communications going to all universities, all students in the university. The registrar academics makes those communications, or the deputy vice chancellor academics, or even the vice chancellor. So it is good to know any communication which comes, especially in this time of social media. There could be many communications coming. Some of them might not be official. So I thought it is good for you to know where can you get official communication. Alex Muto, kindly mute Alex Muto. Thank you, Alex. So I would say it is good to know who does official communications, and I have elaborated on that. Allow me also to talk about the issue of examinations. And the reason I do this at this time is because since you are taking, you're furthering your studies, you expect you will do exams. And exams happen everywhere, all over the world. It is a way to test and to know whether students understand the concepts that are being taught. In high school, you did several exams, but at the end, you had to do the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education, which covered the entire 4 years. Exams in the university are very different. And the good thing is they are done just per semester, per unit. So we do not have a cumulative exam at the end of your 4 years, no. So you're taking a unit, an English unit 101, for example, you do the cuts, you pass in them, you do the final exam and you pass, that's it. You are done with that unit. You will start new units the following semester. So it's good to note the way the system is that we will have exams, not only final exams, but what are called continuous assessment tests. Nowadays, we have lecturers who give random assessment tests, RATs. And you can be sure RATs will be shorter exams than CATs. They are not very common, but randomly somebody might decide to give a test just to confirm that you were attentive in class. So continuous assessment tests will be given, they will be announced. There are official dates in the schedule when these exams can be done. They are normally marked and given back to students. I want to encourage every student joining KU, please buy a file, possibly an hardcover, put everything, every document, every paper concerning Kenyatta University in that file. Just have a filing system. Anything you get concerning KU, a card is returned, please file it there. Even if you scored 0.5, irrespective of the score, please keep it. You never know. It is always good to have them held. And cards are normally given back. You will have some lecturers giving assignments. They will be given back. So keep this throughout as you go through your course. Throughout, as a give and take them. Then we have the final exams. The end of semester exams are given normally during the last 2 weeks of the semester. There are groups which will take the exams within a week and a half, but the standard we normally use 2 weeks, the last 2 weeks. So that is normally a very serious time in the university because you have to take your final exams. The scores attained will be computed together with the cards. In many programs, cards will cut off about 40%, in other programs 30%, a few programs 50%. And then the final exam takes the rest of the scores. Any student who does well in cards will have an easy time in the exam. Of course, there is a pass mark. Pass mark in some programs, 40%, in other programs, 50%. If you don't get the 50%, the pass, if you don't attain the pass mark, of course, you will repeat that unit. You can retake, meaning you will have to sit again in class for another semester to do it. Or you may have to take a supplementary exam. So let me say, you can imagine, a student scores 28 out of 30 in the cards. that student needs 40% maybe to pass. In the exam, they only need to score 12 out of 70 to pass. The chances of passing are very high. The pressure level is low. The chances of even getting an A are very low. On the other side, think of a student who scores 0.5 out of 30 in the continuous assessment test. That student, to attain 40, needs minimum 35 out of 70. So minimum, you need half of all the questions in the exam to be answered right. Pressure levels are very high for such a candidate. What I want to emphasize is, please take the cards very seriously. In fact, they determine a lot on the kind of grade you get. You score 20% and above, your chances of passing are much better. You score 10 and below, your chances of passing are low. Your pressure levels during the exam are very high. Apart from the regular exams, we have another cadre of exams given. What we call, for example, retakes. A student who fails in an exam and has to repeat will sit in class for the entire semester again, and that is a retake. So the student will have to do cards again, do the exam again, everything. Retake system. The other exams called supplementary exams. There are programs whereby if you fail, you are given another chance without the continuous assessment test. You do an exam, it is marked out of 100. You have to attain the pass mark. You need to know that. Those are things we want to avoid as much as possible, but they happen. Just in case you have to, please note what the requirement is. There is something I need to talk about related to exams, and there is what we call examination irregularities. And please take this very seriously. Examination irregularities are any actions or anything that a student does and it's not allowed. Joshua Wechuli, kindly turn off your video if you can. Joshua Wechuli, kindly turn off your video if you can. Thank you. So I wanted to say, these examination irregularities are things which you are told don't do this, and then you do. You contravene them, the university is very firm. The penalties are not pleasing. In fact, if you are found breaching any examination regulation, then you will get a discontinuation. You will be discontinued from the university. But through this, there are very many students who just do things right. They finish their degree, they leave well. But there are few who will try attempt to cheat in an exam. You are caught, you will be shown the door. And the most hurting part of exam irregularities that I've seen personally is you could be doing your fourth year, last semester, maybe your second last paper, and you are just found with, you just go against the regulations. You just do one irregularity. For example, come to the exam with written material. That's it. You'll be discontinued. The university will not give you any form of document to show that you passed in year 1, year 2, year 3. No, the university will not. You are discontinued. That's it. But I want to say this is only something which will happen to students who go against the set regulations. These regulations are found in the student handbook, which is available online, and you will need to go through that. At your own time, please go through it. I'm sure you will keep being sensitized about the SEM. For the sake of time, I will talk maybe about just two other things, and then I will end these remarks that I had to make. When you come to the university, it is good to discover your hidden potential. Everybody, each one of us, has some potentials which are hidden, and universities are normally a good place to discover them. We have had in this university students who have excelled very well in games. So if you're good in games, don't hide that talent. You come into the university, use it. We have great musicians. You've seen there's the KU choir and others, and people excel. There are people who can act. You have an acting talent. We've had a number of our students acting in several TV programs. It's a talent they discover here and they exploit it. There are people very good in drawing. They discover that talent here. So as you come to the university, be very keen. If you have an hidden talent somewhere, kindly exploit it when you come here. Don't sit on it. You used to play basketball in high school, you come here, there is a basketball team. Please join that team. You used to play hockey, there is a team which plays hockey. Please join. And other talents you will discover as you come into campus. So personally, I want on behalf of the university management to welcome you to KU. Whenever you have challenges, please don't sit on them, ask. You can talk to very many officers here. The Director of Student Affairs will be of help to you. There is a wellness center, you have challenges, you can go there, talk to the Director of Wellness, they will guide you. You have issues that you need to tell the registrar, write to the registrar, or come visit. Kindly don't sit when you have a problem. If you have a problem, share it with us. I'm sure we could be able to help you. Then in the event, you start off a semester and then, of course, I've said there are deadlines given. It might happen for one reason or another you can't complete, or you can't start your program on time. You are allowed to defer. There are guidelines on you deferring. The semester has started, maybe you get to be very sick, you have to be in hospital for a long time. Let somebody alert us. Take a semester off if you must take. It's not something encouraged, but at times these things might happen for reasons you cannot avoid. Maybe you are supposed to take exams and then you fall sick. You can't take them for certain correct reasons, or that is reasons that are acceptable by the regulations. Right. Request for incomplete, request for special exams if you are in that category, and the university will help you. The last thing I will say, this is my own observation. As we walk the journey of life, learning institutions are a great place where people meet their soulmates and spouses. Now, maybe people don't talk about that, but I will tell you the truth. Over 70% of people met their spouses in institutions of higher learning. I can say without a doubt, over 70% of my classmates met their soulmates in this journey of learning in KU. So as you go through studies, note that is a possibility. Don't close your eyes. If the opportunity comes and you are of age to walk that path, why not? I know there are many people, by the time they come to college, they have never been loved. They have never fallen in love. It's something that will happen maybe when you are in college. Allow yourself to naturally fall in love if you must. That's fine. If your spouse is here, you meet them in KU, don't ignore them. You never know. Somebody said there is no marking scheme of how to meet a soulmate. There isn't. It just happens as you walk the journey of life. And may I wish you all the best as you join this great university. May your stay here be a lot of fun, and may God guide you and bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Registrar, for your very comprehensive, enlightening, very directing, comprehensive remarks, and more importantly, welcoming our new students to our great university. And you can see that the registrar becomes the very first person to speak to you from the senior management of Kenyatta University. That really tells a lot. If you remember, the letter was signed by the registrar. So that's simply telling you that that will be the contact office for your life in Kenyatta University. And you can see it's an amiable person. He's telling you real life skills, not only about academics. And this is what you want to grow out. That at the end of the journey in your Kenyatta University, you look back and say, thank you that we made it because of the very first conduct management that you came in contact with. So please take the remarks important and read about pamphlets. I'm sure there are lots of documents that you've received so far. And our encouragement is probably for you to take time and read and read and read. If I remember my undergraduate days, one of the senior old guy told me, you come to the university, you're too young. But the university, there's only one philosophy: read, read, read to become a scholar. And this is what the registrar has told you. Guys, you have the potential to do it. You did it when you had a 4-year exam. The advantage here that your exam is a semester exam, but that can be very tricky. So at this point, we are really running short of time, but we'll be able to manage. We plan for tea break, but we'll not go for it because of time. Allow us to continue. But if you want to feel like you want to stretch a bit, stand up a bit, wave a bit, you are more than happy to do that. We are actually appreciating, and you'll be able to move forward. So at this point, I want to move on to the next speaker. And the next speaker for us is the contact person, the first person with your documents, and that's Madam Iwona Odongo, the coordinator admissions. Over to you, Madam Odongo.
Thank you, Dr. Masika. Thank you, Registrar, for your beautiful remarks and welcoming remarks to our students. And on behalf of the admission section, I would like to welcome all the students into the university and explain to you maybe at the beginning how the section is structured. We are having 4 subsections which are headed by the seasoned administrators. And this is for the ease of communication with the students. We are having a section that, as Registrar earlier mentioned, deals with the government-sponsored students, which we call COOPS admissions. That section is headed by Mr. Noah Ajuoga. We are having a section that is dedicated to the issues of the postgraduate and international undergraduate students. And that is the section that is headed by Mr. Richard Chweya. We are also having a section that deals only with the self-sponsored students, undergraduate self-sponsored students. That is headed by Mr. James Mugambi. And the last one is section that is headed by Madam Joyce Karanja. And that section deals with the issues of the students who are the continuing education students and students of the digital school. Now, and it is Madam Joyce Karanja that is going to take us through the presentation of the admission section. She's going to tell us what is this that we do in admissions and how to handle different things touching on student matters. Madam Karanja, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Iwana.
Thank you.
And thank you also, our registrar, Dr. Kivunge. I'm sure you have already picked a few things from the deliberations of our registrar. And I'm just going to build on that because that is what is important for us during this day. Allow me to share my screen with you. I'm going to make it just a brief presentation on what we do at admissions office. As Madam Iwana has told you that we have different sections within the admission section, and we deal with different students depending on the mode of study that you have chosen. There are those that are under the government-sponsored students, whom we refer to as COOPs, and the others who sponsor themselves for their studies, and that's where majority of you fall in. That is the self-sponsored student, the SSP. So, and under the SSP, you will also find there are those who prefer different mode of study. That is the continuing education program or digital program where you learn online. We have the international students also, and therefore, depending on which mode of study that you have chosen to undertake your course, then there are relevant offices that are able to offer you support when you need it. The other thing that we need to let you know is that admissions, we have 3 major functions. And the function number 1 is what we have already done, that we have admitted you into the specific programs that you have qualified for. So qualified students come to admissions, or your applications get to us. We analyze them. We use a certain standard and criteria that is already set up. And therefore, we can be able to say this one is qualified or this one is not qualified. And out of that, we give you the admissions letters. After that, we will be required to register you so that now you can fully say that you're a fully fledged student of Kenyatta University. And after that, we'll provide you support in different functions of the university that assist you to navigate through your studies. In case of challenges here and there, then you can be able to know who to talk to and what to do in certain occasions that characterize your studies. Of course, we appreciate that life is dynamic and you're adult learners, and therefore sometimes things may not go as planned. So when such a time comes, then what happens? That's why we provide support so that you are not, in the dark, but you're able to know what to do. So in terms of admissions, perhaps you may have applied online or you brought a hard copy to the admission offices or to the satellite campuses or to the digital centers, wherever you placed your application. Somehow somebody was able to receive it and it was analyzed and you got your feedback. So in terms of admissions, we advertise per every semester, or rather per intake, when we expect to launch, our programs. And there are 3 intakes in a year. We have the January, we have May, and the major one is usually in September as we begin the new academic year. So you'll find there are some courses that are not offered in January or May, but they have to be offered in September as the academic year begins. And any admission must, there must be a lot of integrity when you're submitting your application. Because if we discover that you have forged your certificates or you have used documents that are not right, then we will revoke. The university has the right to revoke that admission. And we will do due diligence to ensure that the papers or the documents that you have submitted for your applications are the right ones. You are the true owner of those certificates and you qualify for the degree course that you have applied for. We have seen instances where people have thought they are a little smarter and they have gone to River Road and gotten those kind of papers, but somehow the system will catch up with you and we will revoke that admission. And so it's my prayer that none of you will fall into that category. Now, number two, we have said that once we have given you that admission, we take you to the next step, which is registration. So after orientation, what we are doing today, the next thing that you're expected to do is to register. So you register, you give us your information, your biodata. Now, because of the COVID scenario, earlier on, we would have all the university, the students come to the university physically. But now, because of the challenges that we have globally, we have created a link in our website. And through that link, it is self-explanatory. It is able to guide you on how to register. There's a registration form that is in our link in our website. So when you get into that link, there's some information that it will require you to fill in your biodata. You will be able to be requested to upload your photo, upload, your fee, the one that you have paid for, your sheet, the bank slip, and all those documents must be complete and in the right format, so that link will allow you to complete that registration. And then after that registration, we'll also have to, or you're expected to register for units. As our registrar has told you that some of the subjects you'll do it per the semester, and this is what we are calling the units. So here you'll find this term very common. Now we don't talk of the subjects like in high school. We don't have the different subjects, but we have more of the units. So even in one subject, you can have several units. And in a normal semester, you will be expected to take 7 units, but for those under the digital mode of learning, you'll be expected to take a maximum load of 6 units. And therefore, it is your responsibility as a student to ensure that you have registered units. I have seen several students pay fee and they forget about putting their units online. And after some time, that will create a challenge because you will not appear in any other document concerning your class. Even the class attendance, your name will not appear there. When time for examination comes, you'll be missing the exam card, you'll be missing in another document called the E10 form, and therefore it's important that you put your units online. If you have a challenge, we have officers that are ready to assist you to put your units online. So every other time you pay your fees, it should ring at the back of your mind. The next thing that you must do is to register your units online. And these are the same units that you'll be examined upon, and your marks will be entered on the same units that you have registered. The other thing that is that we do at admissions office is to give you support, and this support is in diverse ways, depending on the kind of request or depending on the challenges that the students, encounter during their study. So the requests may include deferment of studies, semester off, change of mode of study, unit adjustment, or even termination of studies. So I'm going to try and explain some of these terminologies so that you may understand what it means and what is your requirement. Now, when you talk about deferment of studies, you are supposed to be enrolled during this May semester. But for one reason or another, for example, you have not been able to raise enough fee. So therefore you feel that you're not ready to join this semester because you have not been able to get, enough fee for that semester. So you can request to defer your studies to join in the next intake, maybe September or even in coming year in January. So the deferment of studies can only go for a maximum period of 2 years. After that, now that admission offer lapses. Therefore, if you want to come to join the university to pursue the same course, you will have to apply afresh. So it's important that you understand what it means to defer in admission. The other thing that is most common is what we call unit adjustment. I have said you find the regular students will take 7 units in a semester, and the students at a digital mode of study will take 6 units per semester. Now, perhaps you have registered for a unit that you feel you do not need to in that particular semester, so you need to withdraw it, and instead maybe you want to add another one, or maybe you had less units and then you want to add them to get the maximum 7. So that adding and withdrawing of units is what we are calling unit adjustment, and this one must be done within the registration period of a particular semester. Our registrar has really emphasized about deadlines, and I will still do the same, because if you do not adhere to the deadline, sometimes you'll be frustrated when these requests are not effected. And therefore, it's important that within the registration period, depending on the kind of advice you may have gotten from your school, maybe your school may say, drop this unit and get this one. Let it be done within the timelines. And there is a form to that effect. There's a form that we call course registration adjustment form. This one, you'll also find it in our website under the resources, admission resources. So in case you have such a request, you will be required to fill in that form, and it should be signed by your respective schools. Depending on which school you have been admitted in, then it will be signed, and then you can bring it to admissions offices to effect the change. What are the consequences in case you don't withdraw that unit? That unit automatically at the end of the semester, it will be graded E. And of course, that will be a retake. And a retake would mean that you register for it again, and you have to redo it in another semester. So it is always important to adhere to those guidelines. The other terminology that we may need to introduce to you today is what we call a semester off. A semester off is where you have started your studies, but along the way something comes and you cannot continue with that study. And this one also has a certain deadline. It is not open-ended. It also has a deadline when it has to be done. So within 2 weeks after the deadline of unit registration, if for one reason or another you are not able to continue with that semester and your units are already online, you need to write to the registrar academic and request for a semester off. So when a semester off is granted, then that your units are withdrawn from the system and your fee remains intact. So you can use the same fee for the next semester when you resume. And please don't assume that once you write the letter that the semester off is granted. No, it's important to follow up because there may be issues that may cause that semester off not to be granted. And therefore, it's important to do due diligence and follow to know, was my request successful or not? Because as I said, if those units remain in the system, they will automatically be graded E. And of course, that means a different status and a different, consequences out of that. The other thing that is very common in your study is what we call change of mode of study or change of campus. Some of you may be working, so you find maybe you have been moved from Nairobi to Nakuru, and therefore you cannot continue attending your studies at City Campus, but you'd rather go to Nakuru because it is more convenient for you in terms of your work. And therefore you will request for change of campus. There are others who start on regular mode of study, but along the way, maybe they get challenge of maybe where they are posted to work or family issues, and they feel they cannot continue being regular students. They have to change mode of study and maybe join the digital school. So all that can be done provided it's within the timelines, and a request is made to the registrar academic. And this should be done before you complete third year first semester. After third year first semester, that request cannot be effected. You will have to remain in the campus you are admitted in and under the same mode of study. So it's important that you are able to know that, so that in case you need to change mode of study or change campus because of the prevailing circumstances that you find yourself in, that you are able to do that in good time. And we also find there are some students who, for one reason or another, take a break. Maybe you fall sick and you cannot be able to continue with your studies for a period of time. So if that period of time lapses more than 2 years, then you are required to request for resumption of studies. So this is also a request that you do to the registrar academic in writing. And of course, now there will be a charge to it. There is a fee, a small fee that you'll be required to pay so that you can resume your studies. So every time you're away from the university for more than 2 years, then when you want to come back and resume your studies, you will have to request for resumption, and there's a fee attached to that request. And finally, as I conclude, we also have those who want to terminate studies. There are few, but it is a scenario that we have also seen. Perhaps there are those who they want to relocate to a different country and maybe continue with their studies there, and therefore they have to terminate their studies in Kenya and go to another country. So if a student is willingly want to terminate their studies, they also don't just walk away. You write to the registrar academic and explain that you want to terminate your studies for this and that reason. And then after that, you still go to the website where I told you there's a place where we have the resources. There are forms, they are called clearance forms. So download those forms, fill them, and then submit to every office that is indicated in that form, so that those offices can clear you, and finally you can be given the go-ahead to terminate your studies at Kenyatta University. I think I just want to emphasize one thing or two. There is a book that you're going to be given, which is called the Student Handbook. This handbook is just a small book, but it contains all the information that you need for your study. Kindly read through that book. It will enlighten you. It will help you to know what you're supposed to do at what time, so that you don't get yourself into trouble and thereafter you say, I did not know. You know, ignorance is no defense. So information has been packaged for you in the student handbook. Kindly take it and read it, and don't throw it away. Keep it somewhere where it's near reach. In case you are challenged, go through that book first and you'll be able to get the information that is required. There is also what our registrar also mentioned about university semester dates. These are key. These are key because they actually govern all the processes of that semester. So it's important to adhere to those semester dates. When are cuts being done? When is the deadline for registration? When is the deadline for fee payment? Because once you miss some of those deadlines, it will be very impossible for you to carry on with that semester. And therefore, adhere to the deadlines that have been well stipulated in the semester dates. Once you do these two things, I can tell you, you are staying in the university, whether you are learning online or whether you are supposed to be here physically, your time within the university is going to be very, very easy. But if you choose to ignore those deadlines, you can be sure you'll be moving from one office to another, trying to correct something that would have, would not have been there in the first place. So I want to conclude there, and I say, in case of you want to make inquiries or get more information, you can write to registrar.card@ku.ac.ke. You also have the different sections have different mobile numbers and emails. If you are a COOP student, that is your email. If you are under CEP or open learning, that is your email there, cep.satellite@ku.ac.ke. If you are under the postgraduate and international or undergraduate students, you also have that email. And we also have a call center where we have info@admissions@ku.ac.ke. So in case of anything, all that those numbers are working, those emails are active, and someone will be able to get in touch with you. I think for my parting shot, I was once advised by my principal in high school and told me that things don't just happen, they are caused to happen. So even as you begin your studies in KU, know that things don't just happen, they are caused to happen. So endeavor to put effort in whatever you have to do to ensure that things happen. So thank you, and back to you, Dr. Masika.
Thank you so much, Joyce and Iwana, for taking us through the steps. And I'm sure these guys have new definition of some words. Please make sure that you follow these words, read the books. Maybe before we invite the next speaker, allow me just to show you where classes will be most of the time. Every time you think about Kenyatta University, there'll be recommendation back to this regular and resources. So I'll just show you a bit of the web where Madam Joyce referred to. This is one of them. It's ku.ac.ke. I've started with the earlier version. And if you go on the resources tab, you will actually come across all these documents. Madam Joyce, you can see my screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, so on this web, you can see all the PDF, and I would really encourage, I'm just doing this to just point out the handbook that was referred to earlier on. This is the handbook. And our encouragement is that ignorance is not defense. If you fail, for example, what the registrar mentioned, you miss an exam and you say you never read the timetable, you read the timetable wrongly, that doesn't qualify you to be exempted from guilty. So we encouraging you, please navigate through this. And if I stop sharing this and I take you back to the homepage of the Kenyatta University, you'll appreciate the lots of information that we'll be able to work with. So this is something that I'll encourage each one of us as we go through the orientation, as we go through every step. I'll encourage you to just be a friend to the Kenyatta University web. The Kenyatta University web looks like this, and this is where some of you have already interacted with. So if you look on the left-hand side, you see the menu. On the menu, you have this. The tab that I'll encourage you to have a real play with is admissions. If you click, for example, on admissions, you'll actually come up with a huge resources. And this is the tab that you're looking for, resources. What is in these resources will help you live a world where Madam Joseph said, things don't just happen, but you have to make them happen. If you are coming to KU for other reasons, you may find yourself in a wrong place. You can see that the web has lots of this information, and we really encourage you as a student from Kenyatta University, please be a partner in this business so that you do not get someone to say, I wish I knew. At this point, I want to stop and invite the next speaker to speak to us. The next speaker is going to speak to us about our financial obligations. And this is Madam Beatrice Muje, who will be able to speak to us, and then we'll be able to tell you the next step. Beatrice, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Masika. Good morning. So I'm going to take you through the finance department and what we are involved in doing. So first and foremost, I want to welcome you to Kenyatta University, and we'll be grateful to serve you as we proceed. So first of all, upon admission, the fee should be paid immediately before the deadline. You should be checking the portal for your fee invoices. We normally invoice like 1 week before the semester begins. So that is your duty to confirm your fee, whatever fee that is going to be posted from there. And I will insist that you should pay the fee before the deadline date, because afterwards, many students come to us crying and saying that they don't have money or something. If you don't have that amount of money, it's good that you call off, and then now you can come in for the next semester. There's also, as you progress, you'll find it necessary to do less units, maybe in case of a retake, or maybe that is when, maybe those are the only units that are available at that point. So we usually get the forms from the school. You know your school by now. It can either be School of Education or School of Business. You get that approval from the department and come to finance. For school-based, we normally advise that you have to pay the full fee before. If you've not gotten to session number 12, just make sure you pay the full fee, even if you do not spend the unit, and then you can come and reclaim the balance afterwards. And also, the students who usually have credit waivers. For the credit waivers, we normally advise, once the approval is given, is granted from the admission section, we normally advise that you bring them to us so that you can know what amount of money that we are going to charge you for the next semester. And also, there are students who get money and pay the fee in bulk or the fee at once. So if you have an overpayment, we usually refund only after graduation or upon the withdrawal. There's no way that you can come to finance and tell me that you have a friend somewhere that you want to transfer the amount of money, that is not allowed. The only one that is allowed is in case of maybe your dependent. It could be either your spouse or your child. That is the only transfer that you do. But otherwise, this friendship business that I want to transfer to my friend, no, that is not allowed. And also, if I mentioned that call-off letter, the call-off letter should be brought to finance because we cannot tell when you are in session or when you are not in session. So we normally depend on admission, and that's later the duty of the student to bring to finance before proceeding to the other semester, so that you can deduct the fee that you're already charged for that semester. And also, as I mentioned, we usually invoice before the semester begins, and our system nowadays is normally dynamic. Dynamic means once we invoice the fee, you do not need to come to finance. You do not need to come to finance. Once you pay the fee, the account will activate, and then from there you can register your unit by yourself using your portal. So it is important that you make sure that you have a portal that is up to date. You keep on checking that your portal each and every time. And also, you should be checking your admission letter. It contains most of the information, especially about the bank details. The bank details are normally in your admission letter, so there is no need to be coming to the finance department to write for me the account number that I'm going to pay the fees. No, keep your admission letter and use it to pay your fee. A student may require to change the mode of study, maybe from school-based to digital or digital to regular, any change of mode of study. That change of mode will require the ID to be paid for 1,000 shillings. Yeah, and it is usually included in your admission letter. And I think that's all. In case of any question, I can give the contacts for the department. Our email is sfinancepg@ku.ac.ke. Our contacts are 020-870-3125. I think that's all that I had for finance. Unless there's any question, Dr. Masika, over to you.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. Now we know that for learning, we have to pay. For staying, we have to pay. But it's very important, if you try the other side, then life can be difficult. So at this point, we really want to move. I think there must be some questions on the chat room. Hopefully, I see Madam Iwana answering quite a number of questions. Dr. Mwaniki is answering a number of questions. And please, let's keep an eye on the platform there. How do I register for units online? This will be done by ICT in a very short while. Please, Josephine, hold your hosts a bit. We'll be there soon. I'm just looking at the platform. I'm also concerned about the issue of fees. Students allocated school fees even when they are not able to attend the semester. Do you want to, Beatrice, Lydia's asking, I'm also concerned about the issue of fees. Students are allocated the school fees even when they are not able to attend the semester.
Yeah, that's supposed to be like that. If you are not able to attend the semester, just make sure you communicate to the university by writing a call-off letter, because we normally invoice all the students, so we cannot tell who will make it or who will not. So it's the duty of the student to bring the call-off letter from admission, and then now we can reverse that fee that you had charged.
So what Beatrice is saying, students, the communication stops with you. If you don't communicate, then the system is a system. So it only bills you because we know that you are a legal student. So please communicate to us. Even when it comes to registration of units, you'll be told that it's your responsibility to confirm that your units are registered. So please make sure that all this is taken in place. So at this point, you've heard from the university all the way from the management to the academic division. In our orientation, we also make it a purpose that one of the students actually speaks to us, so that we don't think that we are giving you things that you don't feel. We give you your colleague to speak to you guys, so that you appreciate that they're speaking of their own personal experience and in the system. So at this point, I really want to bring the president of KUSA, Bernard, to speak to us, and then he will be able to give us direction. Over to you, Bernard Kananja, if you're there, he had indicated that either the SEC Gen will be there or himself. So whoever that is there, please, I ask you to speak to us. Hi, Bernard.
Mnajidu? Fine girl, how are you? Umeona mtu wangu huko?
Beatrice, kindly mute.
I want to sincerely apologize also that I don't know what happened to one of the participants. Must have clicked on a duplicate link. Maybe we'll be talking to one Lydia how you're able to make a duplicate link, and the Kusa have joined the other meeting where they're by themselves. So I think in the interest of time, when they come in, we'll be able to allow him to speak, but we may not want to stop as we organize for them to join the meeting. So allow me then to invite my colleague, Dr. Maneki, to speak to us the most important thing when we step in Kenyatta University, the learning, because there are many other things will happen which you may not have control over. Some of you looking at very green, nice people with well-groomed hair. When you get to KU, you may not stop growing a beard if you're a man, because you must grow. But the learning, you have to choose to do something. So this is a point where I want to bring my colleague, Dr. Maneki, to speak to us. Over to you, Dr. Maneki, please.
Thank you, Dr. Eric Masika, and good morning, students and my colleagues, and welcome to Kenyatta University. I will speak to you about your learning, and just want to share a few slides here. And what I really want to speak to is the structure of blended learning. You see, as the admissions staff have mentioned, we are currently not able to have some students on campus because of the COVID-19 protocols that have to be observed. And that means that we have virtual classes going on. Now in Kenyatta University, we have adopted what we refer to as blended learning. And I just want to start by perhaps defining what blended learning is. And this is the combination of face-to-face learning and online learning. Ordinarily, before COVID-19 came, most of you would be in the face-to-face classes where you come on campus and you're able to attend your classes physically. But because of COVID-19, we have been forced to even move our regular students who ordinarily would be on face-to-face physical classes online for virtual learning. So when I talk about blended learning, I'm really referring to the combination of face-to-face learning, maybe for half a semester, and then online learning. Of course, this will be happening simultaneously. Now, online learning, of course, will happen through computers. I'm sure that you've been told to purchase computers, tablets, smartphones, and other gadgets that can accommodate this. And the content will be placed on the learning management system, what you'll hear me call Kusoma or LMS. And this content is interactive. We have some interactive modules for each and every unit. Joyce told you that they are not subjects anymore. Now we refer to them as units. And when I talk about interactivity, what I mean is that the modules have the content, perhaps not all of it, but they also lead you to some extra resources that are online. So you click some links that are inside the module, and you then get to other resources that you can read. But most importantly, they are interactive in the sense that we have some embedded discussion forums and also chat forums where you can collaborate, where you can discuss with your peers, and where you can even get feedback from your peers and the lecturer. So a lot of learning is through the discussion forum. So you'll be taken through this in the afternoon, and you'll see that we have some bit of content and then activities. And it is through those activities that you learn. It is through those activities that you get to interact and collaborate with your other colleagues and the lecturers. We also have the assessment questions that are going to come at the end of every lesson or topic, just to guide decisions on teaching and learning, just to check whether you really are achieving the set learning outcomes. And you'll also have assignments given by your various lecturers, which you will submit on the LMS. They will be marked and graded on the LMS, and you'll get a kind of a message maybe to check the grade, so you'll be able to see immediately when you have been graded. Now, when it comes to the structure of this blended learning, you realize that most undergraduate units are allocated 3 hours per week, and that is what is timetabled. So you might get the, I think someone is speaking. Could you kindly mute yourself? Now, you will find that you have, you'll find that you have 3 hours allocated per week. You might find that you have the first hour on Monday, maybe the second hour on Wednesday, maybe the last hour on Friday, or whatever the case may be. Now, for the first 1 hour that is timetabled, let's assume you are doing a unit called EPS 100, that is Introduction to Psychology, and the first hour on the timetable is on a Monday. So for that 1 hour, you will have face-to-face learning, which now has been replaced by virtual learning because of COVID-19. So instead of coming to campus and meeting with your lecturer and your peers physically, face-to-face, you will go online through Google Meet, and I'll be showing you how you'll access them. And once you get in, just the same way you entered into this orientation space, it's the same way you'll be entering into those classes. You'll be able to meet your lecturer, you'll be able to e-meet actually, because it will be virtual. And what the lecturer will do is to introduce the lesson. They will spell out the expected learning outcomes and give the way forward. They may even just introduce the lesson and teach for that 1 hour. Then during the second hour that is timetabled, let's say on Wednesday or Thursday or whatever the case may be, you will be expected to go online in the module that is on the Kusoma platform with your peers and to go through the module. Maybe you'll be told to maybe read, this session and then get to the discussion forum. So that will be your own self-directed work. But of course, at that 1 hour that is allocated, let's say on Tuesday or Wednesday, you will get into the module. You will do what the module requires you to do. You will get into the discussion forum, and your peers and the lecturer will be there for the interactions and also for feedback. And it is very, very important that this 1 hour you undertake what you must do online, because it may form the basis of the next 1 hour that is coming, maybe on Thursday or Friday. Meaning that if you do not do as directed by the facilitator or the lecturer, then when it comes to the last hour, the third hour, you may find yourself floating, for lack of a better word, in class because you really did not interact, you did not engage with the materials that are on the module online. So that second hour is your time with your colleagues and also with your lecturer to go to the LMS where the module is and undertake the activities. Then the final 1 hour that may come later on in the week, maybe most probably on a Thursday or a Friday, again now you go back face to face with a lecturer. As I said now, when I say face to face, I mean virtual through the Google Meet links that will be placed on the LMS by the lecturer. And I'll be talking about that in a short while. So again, you go back and the lecturer will be there. And what they'll be doing is to either continue with the lesson or based on what you did in the second 1 hour that you went to the module, they may just decide to summarize, wrap up, and perhaps just give teaching points by way of summarizing what the lesson was all about. Now, for postgraduate courses, they are not like the 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour. For them, they have 2 hours, a block of 2 hours for the virtual classes where they e-meet the lecturer through the Google Meet. And then there's the 1 hour that they will go to the module with their peers or as advised by the lecturer. I have put the last part because at times there are some postgraduate courses that have a block of 3 hours. And in that case, then the lecturer may decide to take the whole 3 hours, maybe with a break in between, or they may decide to split it. But ordinarily on the timetable, you'll get 2 hours allocated for the virtual class face-to-face, and then you will have the 1 hour to go to the module where you interact with your peers. So that is the structure. So for undergraduate students, it is 1 hour virtual class with the lecturer, 1 hour you go on the LMS to the module and undertake the activities there as directed by the lecturer, and then again you come back for the 3rd hour where you meet the lecturer, just like the way we are talking now. Now, so the virtual classes have become the new face-to-face, so that for the time being, when in the timetable you see FTF or face-to-face, it simply means that you are not coming to KU campus for these face-to-face classes, but you will go to the LMS where your unit is and look for the link that the lecturer has placed there, and you get in just like you got into this orientation today. Now, there are very many apps that can be used for these classes. I'm sure some of you have heard of Zoom, you have heard of the big blue button, but in Kenyatta University, currently we are using the Google Meet. And this is because of the useful features that it gives the university, like being able to generate a class attendance so that lecturers are able to know who came for the classes and who did not come. And also Google Meet also accommodates large classes. Now, so what will happen is that when your units are registered, and I know somebody will be speaking about registration of units and what happens, but allow me to just maybe talk about a little bit because it is connected to this. When you pay fees in Kenyatta University, and you know the finance system speaks to other systems to let them know that you have paid fees, then you register for units. You may decide to register yourself, or for new students, usually they are assisted to register. And I think that answers some of the questions I'm seeing on the chat, that the various administrators in the various schools and admissions and other people who are charged with the responsibility of registration are going to assist you. but later on you'll be required to self-register your units. Now, once you register your unit, let's say the 7 units or the 6 units or whatever number of units you are doing, you do that on the campus, on the portal. That portal communicates with another portal called Kusoma Platform, the learning management system. And the communication is that Elizabeth Mwaniki is doing undergraduate B.Ed course, and she has registered for these 7 units. So automatically, the learning management system, the Kusoma platform, allocates you the content for those units. And when you go to the LMS and you open it, you are able to see all the units that you have registered for. Now, when you click on one of the units, you'll see a lot of write-up. For example, you're likely to see announcements, you're likely to see a welcome message from your lecturers, you're likely to see the module that you are going to be using to learn. Now, just at the preliminary stages, you'll also see links that have been placed there by the lecturers. And that now brings me to this slide, that your lecturers are going to create Google Meet links, and these are based on your scheduled timetable, so that if your EPS 100 class is on Monday, 4 to 5, the lecturer will create a link specifying that time, and then they are going to place that link on the LMS. And the links are going to be clearly labeled. I've given an example here, and I'm going to show you how the links look like when they're on the system. Like, you can have the lecturer saying that this is EPS 100 B.Ed Science or Arts, okay, Mondays 4 to 5 p.m. And they may even go ahead to say this is for Group C taught by Dr. E. Mwaniki. So it will be very, very clear to the students that because I'm doing EPS 100 and I am in the science and I'm in Group C, then this is my lecturer's link. And the link will either appear in blue because it is, this will be words, yes, but they will be hyperlinks. They will actually be hyperlinks. So they'll look like that, just to show that there's a link superimposed on the words, so that when you click on these words in blue, then you are taken directly to the class or the virtual class. In some instances, they may not be blue, and I'll tell you why. So it is up to you then to click on that link, and it is advisable that you open your KU student email address. I'm sure by now, or by the time your classes start, each and every student will be having a functional KU email address. And why it is important for you to get into the virtual classes using your student email address is so that you do not have to wait outside, the virtual class, waiting for the lecturer to let you in. You see, the way Google Meet is synchronized within Kenyatta University is that we use our KU email addresses. And if you are coming in and not using the KU email address, you are recognized as a stranger to the system. And therefore, it will give a prompt to the lecturer to admit you into class. And depending on what the lecturer is doing, at times you could be in a heated discussion and you really are enjoying it, and maybe you are using your slides and therefore you're not able to see a student requesting to be let in. So that means that you are likely to stay out longer, and the more you stay out, the more you are missing out on the lesson. And there could also be very many students. If, for example, in a class of 200 students, it is an uphill task to subject the lecturer to that process of letting each and every person in, because then you disrupt learning. So it is advisable that you get in using your KU email address for your sake and also for the sake of the lecturer and the other students. Allow me to state that virtual classes are mandatory. The university has what we call the 2/3 class attendance rule, which clearly states that if you do not attend a certain percentage of the lectures, whether they are face-to-face or online, then you may not be eligible for exams. The same thing will happen even when you go for these virtual classes. And you see, Google Meet has a way of giving us the class attendance immediately after a lesson. And that means that lecturers will be able to see, and the whole system, the whole ICT section will be able to see who has not been coming to class, and that may impact negatively on your learning because then you may not be allowed to do your exams. And I've said that the class attendance will be sent to your lecturer as well as the recording. And later on, depending on the way your lecturer wants to operate, you may even have that class recording placed on the LMS later. This is an example of how the Google Meet links will look like in your LMS, and I'm sure whoever will be taking you through the LMS and what you do and how you navigate through will be able to show you some of the links that are already placed there. So I have just picked something and sniped it and placed it here. And the link is going to appear blue, like in the first one here. And you can see they are very well labeled. The unit is there, the group is there, the day and the time is there. The lecturer has even put his or her name. And this one looks blue because the lecturer did not restrict their class to a specific group, meaning that as a student, you can actually get into this class, especially if you are still maybe a little bit confused about what class and who is teaching you. When you see it in blue, it's an open link, you can get in. But when the groups, if for example, you're in a class with huge groups, like this unit in question here is usually undertaken by 3,500 students, and all of them cannot be in one class. And that means that you will be allocated to about 8 or 9 lecturers, or even 10. And it will be very, very important to know, the system will actually let you know where you fall, which lecturer will be teaching you. And therefore, if the lecturer decides to restrict access to their link, it will look like this. It will look gray. And then it will tell you just below there that this link is for Dr. Mutua, and it is restricted. When you restrict, you are saying that the link is only available to students doing B.Ed Science in main campus and being taught by Dr. Josephine Mutua. So even if you try to click on this link and you are from another group, it won't open for you. So it is very, very important to know who is teaching you and to actually stick to that for purposes of records and so that you have smooth learning. The other thing maybe to mention about is virtual learning etiquette, what we refer to as netiquette. And the first one is use of proper names and registration numbers so that the class attendance captures this well. You do not want a situation where someone is claiming that you did not attend all your lessons and therefore you should not do exam just because maybe you used a fancy name that does not maybe reflect who you are. So it is important, it is professional, it is good practice to use your proper names. If you are called Elizabeth Mwaniki, put it as it is, and you may even decide to put your registration number. Do not give yourself fancy names and numbers. That way, nobody will recognize you. When you get into class, just like you got into class today, mute yourself and put off your videos. And there are a number of reasons why it should be like this. When you mute yourself, you minimize interruptions. You've just noticed that as I continued, someone was talking, and that kind of takes away your attention. So to minimize interruptions, and so that we also don't hear your private stories, we don't hear you calling your colleagues and maybe even giving, very confidential information, you mute yourself. And then you also put off your videos. That also helps you to release more bandwidth, you see, to make internet light. When you put on your microphone and your videos are on, you consume more network, just to use a layman's language, and therefore you may notice that your network is not stable. So to release more bandwidth, then we advocate that you mute yourself, you put off your video. So your interface should look like this. Everything. You see, just what I'm doing. Now there's a child crying. I'm sure that's not part of orientation. So please mute yourselves. You also save yourself from a lot of embarrassment. Very many times we have seen in our classes, students trying to eat, others are attending the classes from bed, others are half naked, they are only in their boxer shorts or in their shorts, the shirt is, maybe they removed it, and others scratching themselves in all manner of places, and it really is not very good. So put off your videos. Then if you have something to say, use the raise hand button. I've put it here. It's just below your Google Meet screen. If you need to speak, if you need to ask a question, if you want to give a comment, please raise your hand. Virtual learning is just what happens when you're in a physical class. You don't all talk. You put up your hand just to catch the eye of the lecturer so that they can say, yes, so and so. So it's the same thing. You raise your hand. That way you have orderly learning. Now, do not at any one time touch the present now button. There's that button just below your screen, written present now. Of course, under normal circumstances, you will have the settings in a way that you're not able to share something. But should something happen and you find yourself touching that button, quickly get out of there, because then you'll be trying to disrupt what the lecturer is sharing. And the other thing maybe is that it is very, very important as you get into these virtual classes to be mindful of individual differences. KU is home to very many learners and lecturers with, they're either visually or hearing impaired and other types of challenges. And therefore, you may notice that in some of these virtual classes, you may at times get a sign language interpreter. And that is why I emphasize that all our videos need to be off. Because if you happen to have a student who is hearing impaired and who therefore must see the lecturer's slides, who must see the lecturer talking, and at the same time see the sign language interpreter, if you start putting on your videos and therefore disrupt them, they may not learn. So let us be mindful that we are an inclusive society. We have people who are abled differently, and we need to take care of them. If you have any comments or questions, write them on the chat, just like you're doing here, and your lecturer will keep looking at them and address them at the end of the lesson. You will get other details on netiquette on the LMS. We have devoted a whole section on netiquette, and you'll get it on the links menu. I've put it here so that you can just see when you get onto the LMS, just next to your name, you will see the links menu. when you click on it, it gives you the part in black, quick links. Then you can go to Netiquette. It spells out a whole, lots of things that can be considered netiquette, like being respectful, not using offensive language, avoiding ethnic, racial, gender, and even religious undertones that can rub people the wrong way and therefore disrupt learning. So we hope that you'll also familiarize yourself with that so that we are able to make virtual learning good for everyone, and so that everyone can benefit and achieve their goals. And with that, I think I come to the end of that presentation, and I wish you a pleasant stay in Kenyatta University. Thank you, and over to you, Dr. Masika. Dr. Masika? He seems muted. Maybe if there's any question, I can be answering it as he comes back. I can very quickly try to go to the...
Sorry, Dr. Maneke, thanks a lot. I'm using two equipments. One of them was working, the other one was not working. But I'm here. Thanks for another comprehensive stage-by-stage. Usually this train getting the gist of what we're going through. This gives just a summary of what you expected to do. Most of the learning, we'll also be posting this video so that you get to redo it. You go to particular sections and just watch it. We'll encourage you to do that. But other than that, please suppose Dr. Maneki, there's a question here from Bright. Says, suppose a class, where will the link be sent?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Masika, and thank you, Bright Genda, for that question. I think I said that when you have a class, that class, of course, will follow the timetable, and your lecturer also has the timetable, and they will have generated a Google Meet link using that time in the timetable, and they are going to place it on the LMS. In the afternoon, you'll have someone taking you through the LMS, and they are going to show you where you'll be getting those links, where you will click. And in some cases, if you go to your school website, you'll also see those links placed there. So the links will be placed majorly on the LMS and in the school websites. Over to you, Dr. Masika.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maneke. I can see, I like when the students ask questions. Thank you, Bright, for opening up this, because if you ask the questions, then we know that you're with us. And other things. In case we have a policy with the registrar, and I think Madam just also referred to exams. So we really want to get to a level where we want a colleague, Dr. Samuel Mpeleli, to talk about exams, so that you actually appreciate the significance of exams in any curriculum. So in case we pay a lot of attention to this, because we know we want to promote a lot of integrity and people to go to the market who are actually ready to work in the market. At this point, I want to take another chance to most humbly invite Dr. Mpeleli to take us through the next steps. Over to you, Dr. Mpeleli, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eric Masika, and my colleague, Dr. Elizabeth Maniki, who has just finished presenting. I don't know whether I'm audible, Dr. Masika.
I can hear you, Doctor.
Thank you so much. And can you also confirm whether you can see my screen, the slides?
Yes, Cam is there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Masika, for confirming. I want to join the registrar and all the speakers who have spoken before me in welcoming the students to Kenyatta University and thanking them for making a choice to be part of our world-class university.
In the interest of time, I'll go straight to talk about university examinations. I know the registrar academic alluded to the importance of students sitting for university examinations. Even the person from admissions, Joyce, also talked about university examinations. So I want to go deeper on what students are expected when it comes to assessments within the university. I know out there students have had people say that universities or educations these days or universities have failed, or you go to school, you get a degree, but you don't get a job. What I would like to say that if systems fail, it's the examinations which have failed, because if we have good examinations, then when you get out there, you'll be able to get a job based on quality, because the purpose of examinations is to measure quality. So if the examination systems fail, then you don't have a university, you don't have an educational institution. And that's why we take university exams very, very seriously, because this is where we measure the learning which has taken place over the semester. And this is also what we have used to admit you to Kenyatta University. So students, I'll take time to take you through the assessment process within Kenyatta University. You'll be exposed to 3 different types of assessments. One is where Dr. Mwaniki has talked about online assignments. And since we are in a blended learning mode, there will also be sessions where you'll have face-to-face classes. So lecturers will decide whether they will give you an online assignment, which you'll be able to upload online, or an offline assignment. You'll also be exposed to sit-in CATs, continuous assessment tests, which will either be offline or online. You'll also, finally, you'll do end of trimester examinations. So I want to take you now to online assignments. What are you expected when it comes to online assignments? You'll be expected to attempt and submit the assignment online. I know after this session, you'll be getting to another session where you'll be talking about the learning management system. And during that session, I know you'll be shown where the assignments will be placed and how to respond to those assignments. So this one will happen during the online classes. Lecturers will make a decision whether to give you an online assignment or offline assignment. And for this online assignment, the lecturer will give guidelines on submission and any other relevant information, such as when is the deadline, the nature of the assignment, whether it is individual or group assignment, and also the assignment total score. I would like also to mention at the beginning that assignments, cards, and university examinations are guided by regulations. Although the regulations talk about, they are referred to as examination regulations, they also take care of assignments. What do I mean? This is what I want students to understand. Whether cheating is happening in the exam or a CAT or assignment, for us, it is cheating. So if it's an individual assignment, you are encouraged to do your own honest work. the lecturers we have in Kenyatta University have been taken through at software, we call it Turnitin. What this software does, it checks the similarity of the assignments which you have uploaded online, how similar they are with any other assignment which is submitted in KU or any other university out there. So the moment you realize that your assignment was submitted by another student, or whether that student is in KU or another university, then you'll be taken through the student disciplinary procedures as somebody who has cheated in an assignment or an examination. So I want to ask students to take assignments seriously. What about offline assignments? Offline assignments will be given by lecturers during the time of face-to-face classes, the part of blended learning which is offline, the one which you come to the campuses, like in the main campus. So the lecturer will also advise the nature of the assignment, whether it is individual or group, the deadlines, the mode of submission, etc. So just like the online assignment, the offline assignments are also guided by the university rules and regulations. So lecturers can decide to give both online assignment and the offline assignment, or they can decide to give one. The total score, depending on the school where you are coming from, may range from 15 out of 30, or it could be 30 out of 50. So lecturers will advise accordingly what is the total score of that assignment. And the key thing, whether it is offline or online assignment, we need to take note of the deadlines for submitting those assignments. If the deadline comes and you have not submitted the assignment, the lecturers are at liberty not to mark that assignment. So you need to watch out. And announcements will be made during classes, assignments of when the assignments will be given, as well as when is the expected deadline. Avoid missing classes, because once you miss classes, this is the time you miss some of these important announcements. I've seen situations where students don't attend classes, then they ask their friends, when is the assignment due? When is it supposed to be submitted? And your friends can give whatever deadline they want to give. So you may realize some of those deadlines you are getting from your friends, they may be false. So we encourage you, like what the registrar academic said, to attend all the classes, because this is where this information will be given. Now, let us come to the second component of continuous assessments. Maybe I need to clarify this one, that the assessment process in the university has two major components. The first component is the one where we have continuous assessment tests, and the other component is the end of trimester examination. Now, the component of continuous assessment tests is the one which has online assignments or offline assignments, and also the online cards or offline cards. So we have already dealt with the assignment. Now we are talking about the sitting cards, and I would like to begin with the online sitting cards. And you will be informed and guided accordingly by the unit lecturers. I know, depending on the schedule of activities of the particular trimester, the university will come out with a schedule which will advise students as well as lecturers on when cards will be given. If the time for the cards falls within the period of the online session for your blended learning, then you'll do your cards online, or lecturers will advise. The cards will be accessible through the Kusoma LMS. I know you are going to be taken through the LMS in the evening, after this session. So I know the people who are presenting, they'll show you examples of units where online cards have been done, and they will show you where they have been placed. Just like what my colleague, Dr. Maniki, has just shown with the Google Meet links. You'll also be able to access the online cards through the Google Meet links, which will take you to the particular unit which you have registered for. For example, if the unit is EPS 100, I'll use the unit which Dr. Maniki has used. You use the Google Meet link, you get to EPS 100, you see the module, then you see the lecturer will have labeled clearly that this is the sitting card for this particular unit. And once you click that link, then it will take you to where the card is. You'll be expected to log in. Kindly remember your student login details. Relevant instructions will be given by the unit lecturer. Sitting cards offline, these ones will be administered during the face-to-face sessions. They will be offline, they will not be online, and you'll be expected to present yourself physically in the different lecture halls where the units are normally taught from. You realize during the face-to-face part of the blended learning, you'll appear physically in the university, and the university will provide a teaching timetable. That teaching timetable is usually uploaded in the university website. And in that timetable, you'll be told where the face-to-face class will take place. We have different lecture halls within Kenyatta University. We have Olemoyoi lecture halls, we have Science Zone, and many, many others. So that venue where you are doing the face-to-face class from is where you'll also do your sitting card from. And the lecturers will make these announcements in class. You'll also be guided by the schedule of academic activities released by the Office of the Registrar Academics at the beginning of every trimester or semester. What do you need to know about the sitting cards, whether online or offline? University examination rules and regulations apply. It's not like because it's a card, then we don't take it seriously. No, we take cards seriously as part of the university assessment procedures. Students will be required to avail themselves personally in the sitting cards administration venues in case of offline cards. And I think I've already said that. And also you need to know the timetable for the cards offline will follow the teaching timetable. The venues where you are doing your classes is where also the cards will take place, not unless advised otherwise by the unit lecturer. What happens if a student is unable to sit for cards? The student is expected to write to the Office of the Registrar Academic explaining his or her case. If the reason for failure to sit for the cards is acceptable to the University Senate, the student may be given an opportunity to sit for alternative or makeup cards. I want to mention that makeup cards or alternative cards are not part of the university policy of the examinations. So, and if you fail to sit for a card, the rule is very clear that a student fails. Cuts are not optional. Cuts must be done. And in the event that there is a very good reason which makes you not to sit for a cut, we know we are humans, we may fall sick. That time when a cut was supposed to be given. Of course, we don't give cuts to people who are sick. You may have a problem, an unfortunate event where you lose a loved one. We know you cannot do cuts under such circumstances. It may be a maternity, maybe reason. The due date comes together with the time of the cut, they coincide. Those are some of the reasons which are acceptable to the University Senate as good reasons for you not to sit for a cut. Even before you write to the office of the registrar, since you are regular students, you can always talk to your lecturer first, explain your case. Explain your case to the unit lecturer. The lecturer may decide to assist, given the reason. Or alternatively, you can also talk to the chairman of the respective department. The chairman may also make a decision on what will happen, whether the cut will be given or not. And when they agree to give you the cut, that's when we talk of the makeup cuts or alternative cuts. If you have tried all that and it has not worked, then finally you can reach the office of the registrar academic and you make a formal writing. You write to the office of the registrar, explain your case, and request for an opportunity to sit for makeup cuts. Note that I've mentioned this, sitting cuts are mandatory and failure to sit for them may lead to discontinuation from studying in KU on academic grounds. The same applies to the assignments. When I talk of continuous assessment tests, I'm referring to assignments, whether online or offline, and also the sit-in cuts, whether online or offline. Remember, lecturers are also at liberty to give what we call RATs, random assessment tests. In the event that you are not able to do even the random assessment tests, remember, if it is going to account for the final score of the one which will be used to grade you, then if you have not done it, then you will have failed. Let me now come to end of trimester examinations. You have done, the cuts are given during the teaching period. In fact, we call them formative assessments. Formative assessments because they are supposed to help you to gauge your learning as you move on. They are also supposed to tell you where you have difficulties so that you can make improvements, you can make corrections as you progress towards the end of the semester, so that now you sit for the end of trimester examinations. The registrar academic, I remember he said that the end of trimester examinations will come towards the end of the trimester or semester. That is the last 2 weeks, of the semester. What do students require to qualify to sit for end of semester examinations? One is you should have attended at least 75% of your classes. If it is established that you have not attended 75% of your classes, whether online or offline, we want cumulatively, we give exams to students who have been attending lectures up to maybe minimum of 75%. We encourage you to attend 100%, but the moment now we realize that we have attended only 60% of your classes, then you don't qualify to sit for end of semester examinations. You are also reminded that you have to register for the units. I remember the person who was talking about from admissions, Joyce Karanja, talked about the need for every student to make sure that you have properly registered for the units you are taking in the relevant trimester. Those are the only units which you are supposed to do exams in. In the event that you are found to be sitting for an exam where you have not registered, then to us, that is an examination irregularity. So you have to register for the units first before now you can talk of examinations. You'll also be required to collect and present your examination card during the examination administration process. Examination cards will be issued to students about 2 weeks to the start of the exam or 1 week to the start of the exam. The examination card will bear your student registration number, your name, and all the units which you have registered in. If you have a unit which you are preparing to sit for an exam and that unit is not appearing in the examination card, then there is a problem. You need to get in touch with your school. For example, if you are from the School of Education, you need to get in touch with the Dean School of Education to find out where the problem could be, and maybe follow up with the University Admissions Office if it is an error for them to correct. The importance of that process is that it helps you to know whether your name will appear in the university mark sheet. Mark sheet is where lecturers will go and maybe put your scores for the CAT, for the exam, and the grade. So the moment you see units appearing in your exam card, then now you are sure that you are also appearing in the university mark sheet, and lecturers will not have a problem to post your grades. Maybe the question which you are asking yourself is, where do you collect these exam cards from? The exam cards are usually collected from the dean's office of the various schools. Students from the School of Business will collect the cards from the office of the dean, School of Business. The same thing with students from the School of Education. You collect your cards from the dean of your school. Students from School of Pure and Applied Sciences, the same thing for even the School of Medicine, all the schools within the university. Examination cards are issued from the deans of the respective schools. You'll also be required to present your student ID and any other document that may be required by the chief invigilator. We want to be sure that we are not giving exams to strangers. We want to be sure the student who we have been teaching, the one who paid fees, the one who attended lectures, is also the one who is sitting for those exams. Student IDs will be given immediately you register in Kenyatta University. Examination grading. Now you have done your continuous assessment tests, you have done your assignments, you have done your sit-in cards, you have done the examination. Now is the time to know your grade. Each unit will be marked out of 100%. That is the maximum score you can get in any unit, irrespective of your area of study, whether you are studying the School of Education, School of Economics, whichever school you are in. The maximum score you can get is 100. The mark shall be translated to literal grades as follows. This is for most schools. Of course, different schools will have different ways of grading, like the way students are graded in the School of Engineering and School of Medicine is not the same as the way we grade in the School of Education. But I'm giving an example of the grading in most of the schools, like School of Education, School of Business, School of Humanities and Social Science. If you score 70 and above, you are awarded grade A. 60 to 69, grade B. 50 to 59, grade C. 40 to 49, grade D. And 0 to 39, it's a fail. What I have in mind as I present this grading system is undergraduate students. Undergraduate students. Basically, this is how your grading looks like. For postgraduate students, postgraduate diplomas, masters, PhD, 7+ is A, 60 to 69 is B, 50 to 59 is C, but now that is a 49 and below, sorry. So 50 to 59 is a C. For masters, PhD, postgraduate diplomas, 50 to 59 is a C, but now 49 and below, 49 and below is a fail. So I'm saying for postgraduate programs, your pass mark is 50 and above. If you get anything less than 50, then you'll have failed. But for undergraduate students, certificates and ordinary diplomas, your fail starts from 39 and below. I want to take you through some important terminologies which are related to examinations. One of them is a retake. And a retake refers to registering to take a unit again in the next relevant trimester after failing the unit. This applies to undergraduate students only. Let me give an example of a unit like EPS 100 or UCU 100, which is a University Common Unit, or UCU 110. You have a chance to take the unit now. You have just joined the university. So you register for UCU 110. You do all the assignments, you do all the cards, you do end of semester exam, then your total score is 39 and below. Then you'll have failed. You'll have failed according to our grading system. You have failed. So once you fail, to correct that fail, you'll be required to retake that unit in the next relevant trimester. The next relevant trimester, let's say, is starting in September. So you'll be required to register for that UCU 110 unit again. Registering means you pay fees. You pay fees, which includes the fees for that unit. Attend all classes, do all assignments, do all the cards, do the end of semester exam again. If you pass, then your retake has been successful. If you fail that retake, you'll be given a chance to sit for a retake. So you are doing the unit for a third time, retake. If you fail a retake, you are normally discontinued on academic grounds. There is also another important terminology which you'll come across. incomplete results. Incomplete results are awarded to undergraduate students who, for some reasons, acceptable reasons, did not sit for end of trimester examinations. The student must have done all forms of continuous assessments, that is cards and assignments, for you to qualify for incomplete results. So let's say you registered for UCU 110 this semester. You have done all the cards, you have done all the assignments, then during the time of the exams, you fall sick. Unfortunately, you fall sick. I repeat, we don't give exams to sick people. If you are sick, don't sit for exams. You need to see a doctor first, get treated, and later on give us the evidence that you are unwell. Then we'll now allow you to have incomplete results, so that now you can complete that exam in the next relevant trimester. So what should happen is that the moment you fail to sit for that exam, you are supposed to write to the office of the registrar academic and request for incomplete results, if in the case of undergraduate students. In case of students registered to take certificate, diploma, and postgraduate programs, if you have done all the cards and assignments, and unfortunately you are not able to sit for the exam, you write to the office of registrar academics and request for special examinations. Undergraduate students don't sit for special examinations. Undergraduate students, when they fail, they do retakes. Certificates, diploma, and postgraduate, if you have not done the exam because of acceptable reasons, you apply for special examinations. Allow me to talk about supplementary examinations. What are supplementary examinations? These ones are done by certificate, diploma, and postgraduate students who fail to meet the pass mark of the unit. Remember, for undergraduate students, I said if you fail, you retake. For certificate, diploma, and postgraduate students, when you fail, you sit for supplementary examinations. These ones, you don't apply for them in the office of registrar academic. The moment your grades are, or the results are out, and you know you did all your cards, you did all your assignments and the exam, it means your total score is less than 50, so you have failed. So you now register for supplementary examinations when they are next offered, and traditionally they are done in the month of May and September of every academic year. Supplementary examinations are not for free. There is some cost involved. For certificate and diploma students, the cost is 2,500 per unit. Postgraduate students, this includes postgraduate diploma in education, master's, and PhD students, the cost is 7,500 per unit. So if you have failed 2 units and you are a student pursuing certificate and diploma course, then you pay 5,000 shillings, sorry. If you are a postgraduate student and you fail 2 units, then you'll pay 15,000 shillings. As I'll tell you in the next slide, you cannot do more than 3 supplementaries. I think the maximum is 3. If you have registered for 6 units, you can only do a maximum of 3 supplementaries. You can only do a maximum of up to the half the number of units registered for. But the key point here is supplementaries are not free. There's a cost involved, unlike special exams and incomplete results where you don't pay for them. Supplementaries and retakes are paid for. Yes. So let me introduce you to what we call academic warning. Academic warning is given to a student who has failed more than half of the units taken in a given semester. In the last slide, I've said you can only do a maximum of 3 supplementaries, assuming that you have registered for 6 units. The moment now you fail 4 units out of 6, you are given academic warning. You are given academic warning. Then you are allowed now to to correct or to sit for those supplementaries. You are now warned that the way you are going, you are likely to be discontinued on academic grounds. And a student is discontinued on academic grounds if you fail all the units in any one semester. If you have registered for 6 units and you fail all the 6, then you are discontinued on academic grounds from studying in Kenyatta University. Practicums, attachment, or even before I go to that one, let me warn students about what normally happens. Remember, you are supposed to register maximum of 7 units for undergraduate students, and in special occasions, you register for 8 units. If you don't organize your units properly, you may find yourself doing 1 unit. The last semester for you to finish your studies in KU, you may find that you are doing only 1 unit. In the event you fail that unit, remember the rule. If you fail all the units registered in a semester, you are discontinued on academic grounds. So take note. If there are 2 units and you fail, you are discontinued. If it is 1 unit and you fail, you are discontinued. So take this one seriously and organize your studies very, very well. I also want to talk about practicums, attachment, and teaching practice and mentorship. They are also part of the assessment process, and they are a must for students taking degree programs where they are applicable. They must be done. Examination irregularities, as I finish, the university takes the issues of exams integrity and security seriously. We take the security, credibility, and integrity of our exams very seriously. Involvement in academic dishonesty or examination cheating will automatically lead to discontinuation from studying at Kenyatta University. Once you are caught engaging in an exam irregularity, there is a procedure which is followed. Of course, you fill in the examination incident form where the invigilator will sign and you'll also sign. Then it is forwarded to the Office of Registrar Academics. Then immediately the report reaches the Registrar Academics office, you are suspended from the university. Then later on, you are called to appear in the students' disciplinary committee. And if it's something to do with examination cheating, the verdict is 1, discontinuation from studying from Kenyatta University. Of course, now you have a chance to appeal, but you are forewarned in advance that don't resist that temptation to cheat in the university. There are many, many ways of cheating the university. I know where you are coming from. You have done exams before. KCP and KCSE examinations, and many other forms of examinations. So most of the irregularities, the things which are considered irregularities in those exams, they are also part of what we consider as irregularities in Kenyatta University, like having written notes in examination room, notes which are relevant to the paper which is being done. That one constitutes examination irregularity. Possession of mobile phones, tablets also constitute examination irregularity. Remember, I'm saying possession of. I'm not telling you to come with your phone and switch it off, put it on flight mode. The rule is very clear from our end that no mobile phones are allowed in the examination room. So if you have caught with one, of course, the argument is when somebody calls you and you're in an exam room, you are not going to pick to answer to that call. If a message is sent to you when you're in an exam room, you are not going to respond to that message. So the only reason, the only valid reason why that phone is in the exam room is because you wanted to use it to assist you to do the exam. If you want to convince us otherwise, then don't have the phone in the exam room. What was it doing there if you are not going to use it to call or even to receive a message? The only reason why it is there is because the intention was there to use it to cheat. There is also things to do with impersonation, where you approach your colleagues who are ahead of you in maybe third year, second year, and you request them to sit for you for the exam on your behalf. Remember, I mentioned about the examination card. I mentioned about the student ID. I also need to add that in most of these rooms where we are doing the exams from, they are fully covered with the CCTVs. Times are gone when students used to swallow papers and they imagine that the evidence is gone. These days, we only need to play. We only need to play the CCTV, and we are able to get what happened. We even go to an extent of even getting those cameras at the KU entrance, at the gate, to know whether you were actually in the university that day and that time. Did you get to that exam room? We have CCTVs covering most of these areas where you are doing your exams from. So things have really changed. We have really improved. It's only you we want to present yourself in the exam and not another person. Failing to write your registration number in the examination booklet, for us, it's not just something which has just happened. If you don't write your registration number on the examination booklet, for us, it constitutes an exam irregularity, disrupting the conduct of the examinations. There are so many things you need to know which are considered as exam irregularity, and you can visit the digital school website, the Kenyatta University website, specifically in the digital school. I know it is going to be available to all of us. Under student resources, you'll find the student handbook. Read the section on examinations. Read the sections on examinations, and you'll get to know all these many forms of examination irregularities, which I want to request you to try to avoid them as much as possible. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Maybe if there are questions and comments, we can respond to them. Over to you, Dr. Masika.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mtoleli. That you can tell that is very comprehensive. Again, about exams, something that we really make sure that integrity of exams will be able to pass at every single level. Globally, our students offer lots of competition, even in a very high, the Ivy schools, the 20 schools. This is something that we are always proud of. So if you pass exams, then you count yourself a very successful person globally and wherever you want to do your studies. If there are questions, please just post them on the platform. Someone has said, Pacifica Kerebo has typed Dr. Mtwelele. I don't know what that means. Dixon, also the admissions is in the old administration block. So if you come to KU, please give us a visit. Each one of us is encouraged to give us a visit whenever you are in KU. Digital School is located in School of Education. We also happy for you to give us a visit. The registrar's office is in the main central administration block, floor number 1. So this is your home. Don't hesitate. Visit with us anytime you want to. Dixon, I posted the numbers there. Please use those numbers so that we're able to work with you. If you can also post your number to Dr. Maneki, that would be very helpful for us to start looking at what's really happening. We can have a chat with you so that we can work it out. Where can I find the timetable? The timetable is online on the platform I showed. So please look at the online KU platform, go to the notes board. That's where we'll be posting quite a number of our materials. If you go on the KU website, just click on the notes board. You'll see all the notices that will be, I'll be showing it again for those who are not in the meeting when I was demonstrating this. But at this point, allow me then to move forward to
maybe Dr. Masika, I can make a correction.
Thank you.
About the supplementaries for postgraduate students. I'm told is only a maximum of 2. You can't do more than 2 supplementaries.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mtwelele. Pacifica, you don't register for the exams. Once you've registered for the units will take you up to the end of the exam. So you only register to the portal once. And Dr. Njoroge will be telling you about when you've registered to the units online, we'll see how that progresses. So at this point, I'll invite Dr. Ross Njoroge to take us through the LMS on how to play around. Over to you, Dr. Ross Njoroge, as you take us through the next steps.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Masika, for welcoming me to this session. And I will be taking you on the students. I wish also to welcome you to Kenyatta University. I'll be taking you through the learning management system. And I know many have talked about so many systems in the organization. Thereafter, you'll still be taken through what we call the student portal. And you need to differentiate between all these systems we are talking about. Earlier on, Dr. Mwaneki talked about Google Meet, talked about how to access Google Meet links through the Kusoma platform. And you may be wondering, what is this Kusoma platform? So allow me to share my screen so that I take you through Give me a minute, just a minute. I present my screen. And I hope I'm audible. Let me not assume. I hope I can be heard, Dr. Masika.
Noted, Dr. It's coming. Yes, there we are.
Okay, I'm audible enough?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay. Just a minute. I pin it to the. Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Masika and everyone. I'll be taking you through the learning management system, what we are calling the Kusoma learning management system. And when we talk of Kusoma learning management system, which is Kenyatta University Soma, it's that system or platform that allows us to carry out the blended learning. I know you were given a lot of information and tutorial on how to go about the Google Meet links, how to get to the exam, on how to undertake your exam, and many have told us so many things. But you may be asking yourself, how then will I carry on this blended learning, where we are talking about the online classes and the face-to-face, which today we have converted it to virtual classes, but you're able to meet your lecturers online. So to facilitate this, Kenyatta University has what we call course management system, or a platform that allows virtual classrooms to happen. And I wish to explain that don't confuse the many platforms that you're going to encounter. When we talk of Kusoma platform, we are talking about that platform that gives you the virtual room. And what happens to a classroom? In a classroom, we normally meet our colleagues in the course, and it's what we are calling the unit. In the classroom, we meet our lecturers. In a classroom, we carry out discussions. In a classroom, we get learning resources for the lecturers. They get the teaching resources, which facilitate this learning. And the Kusoma platform is the place or the interface that allows this to happen. And being new in the Kenyatta University and maybe having not interacted with the Kusoma platform, we'll give you, or this session will give you an introductory session that will tell you or show you how to navigate through the Kusoma platform for your learning purpose and interaction between the students or your colleagues in your classes or courses and your lecturers. Remember, not with the administrators or issues to do with the administration, because this will be given to you, or that session will be given to you later. And therefore, we are talking about a step-by-step process of how you're going to log into that platform, how you will navigate through the platform, and how you will navigate through the courses that you'll have been registered in. And the issue of online registration, the issue of registering for your courses, the issue of how to register and how many, I believe and I know you have been told about them before by the earlier speakers who were on board. So once you buy your laptop, your tablet, you are in your cyber cafe, or you have the internet access, the other question you may ask yourself is, how do I get to my classes? Because I need to access the links, I need to access my notes, I need to access my assignment. Where do I start? Whether it's that mobile phone you have, or or any other gadget that is going to allow you to access the Kusoma platform. So the first step you do is ensure that once you log in, sorry, not once you log in, once you open your computer or the gadget that is going to allow you to get to the internet, you need to log in. And logging in means you need to be authenticated, to be given the right to access the platform. The platform is not for everybody. The platform is for the legal users of Kenyatta University, be it a student, be it a lecturer, or maybe the administrative staffs that are in charge of giving support to you as students and also to the lecturers. So how do we log in? The first step is you get to your, and I believe most of us, we know this process, where you get to your browser, and I've shown a few of the browsers that we have on that screen. That is the Microsoft Edge, we have the Firefox, we have Google Chrome, we have Opera Mini, and the rest. And once you get to the browser, kindly, there's someone who needs to switch off the mic. Once you get to the browser, there are many times I would say we make mistakes of searching for the addresses, of searching for items that we need to access through the internet. In our case, in my case here, the default page, or the first page when I open my browser, which I use, and this is Google Chrome, I get to Google, and that's why you can see that page. But then yours might be different. But at this point, I would encourage all of us not to search for the address, which is kusoma.ku.ac.ke, what we call Universal Resource Locator, URL. If you have an URL to any page or to any document on the internet, we normally don't search for it under the search field, because we search for items that we don't know where to locate them from. In our cases, we have the address, the Universal Resource Locator, which is kusoma.ku.ac.ke, which is our address or URL for our Kusoma platform. You type it under the address bar. This allows you not to confuse with so many other pages that might want to imitate our page and maybe end up in the wrong page and you could be lost. So I would encourage all of us, don't search for the address, use the address to retrieve, because we normally retrieve what we know where the item is. If you know where an item is, you retrieve it, you don't search for it. So we are going, or we expected to retrieve the pages by typing that address on the address bar. Once you type kusoma.ku.ac.ku, then that address takes you to that page you can see displayed there. Somebody should, I'm not sure who this is, kindly switch off your microphone so that we don't have the background noise. Yes, that takes you, when you retrieve, it takes you to the page where we are supposed to log in. And how do I log in? How do I authenticate myself? How do I tell this system that, yes, I'm a legal user of the Kenyatta University Kusoma platform, and therefore allow me in, allow me to get into my courses, allow me to go and do my exam, and the rest of the activities we are supposed to undertake within the Kusoma platform. So you'll be given two fields. One is the username field, and the other one is the password field. Under the username field, you type in your registration number, followed by a / followed by the year of admission. And this is got from your registration admission letter. You all have your registration numbers. Remember, don't type the prefix of your program. If you are an education student, there is maybe E35 or E37 or E34. You don't type that. You type the middle part followed by / followed by the year. Once you do that, to start with, you need to give a password, and at the moment you don't have a password, or that confidential code is not there, you don't have it, and therefore we have allocated 1, 2, 3, 4 as the initial password for everybody, and that's what we are calling a default password. So the first time you log in, use the middle part followed by / then the year. The password will be 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you log in. For those who have logged in before, of course, you don't use the 1, 2, 3, 4 as your default password. You already gave yourself a password. Once you do that, the system takes you to another page, and this page is what will allow you to change that password. A password is a unique code that should not be known by everybody. That is only known to you. It's confidential. But here we are telling you it's 1, 2, 3, 4. So ideally, it is not a password. So in this case, the system allows you to give yourself a password. So in this page, or the next step, is where the system asks you to give the default or the initial password you were given, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, and give yourself a password which you're calling the new password. And you type your password, which I don't know, and then you retype it again to confirm it. Ensure either you write it somewhere to start with, because there are times we forget, but know that it's supposed to be confidential, just like your bank account. You don't want anybody to know. It's your M-Pesa account. You don't want anybody to know, or everybody to know your PIN number. This is like your PIN number. Because if I get into the course and I do other funny things, I get to your course and I start sending funny messages, the system, somebody else gets in, the system will recognize you as the person who did all those illegal things in the system. So ensure to guard your password. I would want to, once this is finished, you'll, below the page, there is Save the Changes. And once you click on Save Changes, the system takes you to the next page, which shows you that you have logged in, your logging in process is complete. And you need to confirm whether that is complete, or how you get to know is that on the right-hand corner of the page, then you'll see your name displayed on that page. And this means you are already logged in and the process is complete. And from there, you can continue. I want to take you back to the first page where you were supposed to log in. In case you have forgotten your password, as you log in, of course, you don't forget your registration number. You'll use your registration number, but there is a link below that page, below the login, and there is forget your password. You click on that link where you have forgotten your password, and then the system will give you in your email the process of resetting your password. And why I have gone back there, because this will take us to the next slide. We'll see why we need to have the correct email address, just like what Dr. Mwaniki was telling you. What names do you give yourself in the system? What email address do you need to give in the system? And you were also given the information that all of you will have a corporate email, an email that shows that this is our student, which should be at KU xxx@ku.ac.ke. That is your corporate email, and you need to have it on the system so that not everybody who clicked forgot my password is sent an email to Gmail and Yahoo and the other kind of email to reset their password. So you'll have finished. So we are here, and once you do that, back to stage 5, you'll just continue or click and continue, and you'll have actually done the logging in process. And this I've taken you through the process when you are logging in for the first time. If you come back to the system and you log in to the system, this is the logging in page, the system will not take you to the process of changing the password. You already know your password. So from that page of logging in, the system will not bring you to that whole process. You'll find yourself already in the system. You'll find yourself already in the system, and that will end the process of logging in. So our next session, or our next part, is where I want to demonstrate how we navigate through the learning management system on the Kusoma platform, because after logging in, what next? Don't get lost. And I want to emphasize here, as much as I will take you through the process of navigating through the course and navigating through the learning management system, we may not be able to take you through everything, because this will give you a platform where you continue learning on the go. Just like when we buy our gadgets, in most cases we want to know, how do I make a call, how do I receive a call, how do I send an SMS using this phone of mine. And there are many other functionalities we learn as we move, and this is what will also happen. And therefore, we are trying to give you a platform where you need to get started. And the next session, as I've said, is how you are already logged in. So what is this platform then? And how do I know where I am at any one particular time? And I've said you have logged in, and remember, you'll see your name on the left-hand corner of your system. Later on, as I said, I'll show you how do you ensure maybe you have your photo there, you check where your email is correct, and the rest we'll cover that within a very short time. Once you are on that platform, there are a number of tabs you will get depending on what part or where you are on the system. As a new student, the very main tabs, and I want also to call them links, they are tabs, and where you can see my cursor and the red arrows is what we call the dashboard. We have the events, we have my courses. On top here, we have, sorry, on top, and I don't want to say here because we may be having people who can't see, but on top of that page, we also have quick links where my cursor is, and we also have personal profile where my cursor is. All these links or take you to a different page, and there is a reason why those links or those tabs are placed there. For example, the dashboard generally gives you the layout. If you click on that dashboard, it gives you a general layout of what the page has. And remember, again, it will depend on where you are, you as a student. Each page is personalized. Don't log in and you are checking whether your colleague's page, if you are seated together, whether it's the same. It may not be the same because it's a personal page, and that's why your name will be shown on that page. And the layout or what is there may be different from one student to another, because even the courses you are taking could be different. But that dashboard, which is our homepage on that platform, there are basic things that you will encounter. One is what we call the units or courses that you have or you are registered in. What does it mean, the units? When you get to the platform, the kind of subjects, the platform refers to units as courses. So one, don't get confused between the terms that we use in Kenyatta University and the terms that are used within the system. The system uses the term course to mean unit. For example, you are in School of Education, you are taking a course in, let's say, library science, and the unit starts with a code ISC, maybe ISC 100, or University Common Unit, which is UCU, University Common Unit 100, Communication Skills. Then that is a unit. And this, in the system, this is what is referred to as a course. So don't get confused between those two terms. So on top, when you log in as a new student, you'll find courses, meaning these are the courses that you are registered in. And you have been told how many you need to register in a particular semester. Thereafter, as you progress, you'll find there are 3 links that you find on that first page. And one is the units that are in progress, the unit that you are registered in that particular semester, the current semester. They are running, they are in progress. The next is future units, units that you have not taken, unit that you still need to take within your course or your program. And you have the past units, units that you have already taken in the previous semesters. Those links will be seen. At the moment, you don't have any past units. Most likely, your units have also not been registered. If they have been registered, you'll also be able to view or to have a look at them, or they will be registered under courses. Then the other link or tab, and before I go there is a scenario whereby you are in your current semester, you open that page and realize that the button for course in progress, future courses or past courses are not displayed. Yes, this will happen, especially for us who are in the first semester, where your units have not yet been registered. They have not been registered, and if they have not been registered, they may not be displayed, and that's why you'll not be able to see the buttons for that item. Will not be shown. It will not be shown. So don't get confused that you are not able to see that. It's because maybe so far the units have not yet been registered, and therefore the system, and this is online registration, that means the system does not yet recognize you. The other tab we had is the events. Events after the dashboard. The next on the first page is events, and the events will list or show all the units you are registered in, and at the same time show at the events, it will show all the events that are within the units that you have been registered in, either the chats, the discussion forums, the quizzes, any activity that you need to undertake will be listed under the event. In case you want to sort or to limit to a particular course, then you need to go to all the courses. There is a drop-down menu, and you click on it. It will display all the units that you have been registered in, and you can click on a particular course or unit, a particular unit, to sort the events that are within that unit. This way, you'll be able to see the charts, the discussion forum, the quizzes, the assignments that are either due or that are within that particular course. And it will also help you know whether there is a quiz that you need to do, a discussion forum, or an assignment that the lecturer has added. So it is important that we keep checking, because some of the activities may not be available at the moment, but as you progress in your unit, then the lecturers will keep adding various activities, what we are calling the events, and they will be displayed under that button or under that tab. Next, after the dashboard, after the then events, we have on the platform a tab or a link indicated by My Courses. It will be My Courses. When we talk of My Courses, this means the courses that you are registered in. Your courses may be different from your colleagues' courses, and therefore, if you click on that, you'll get a list of all the courses that you have registered in. And of course, if you want to get into any particular course or unit, I'll call it a unit, that's the term we normally use in KU, then you can click on that particular unit and you'll be able to directly get into the unit that you want to undertake or you want to see within the course or the unit. I mentioned about, sorry, this is the, once you open the course and you have clicked on a particular unit, another tab or a link normally appears, which is this course, meaning you are in that course. And therefore, in most of the time, we call this the navigation toolbar, where you'll be seeing how you are navigating, how you are moving. Or later, it will now show you where at any one particular time you are in. And this shows that you're in a particular course when you click on that course. And
Maybe,
from there, you
Dr.
can follow the video. Yes.
Kindly zoom a bit. It's become slightly smaller. Maybe if you zoom a bit in.
Oh, sorry. Is that okay?
Yes. One more, please. Yeah, I think that's better.
I hope it will not hide a lot of information. Is that okay?
That's better. Thank you. Apologies to the participants.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Masika, for alerting me. Maybe my screen is a bit small, but I hope it's legible. We are saying after you get into any particular unit, we had the dashboard, events, My Courses, then a link indicated by the text, this course appears, meaning you are in a particular course, and within this course link, you are able to see the events or the activities listed under that particular course. On the top right hand corner of the site, we talked about menu or menu link. And I won't dwell so much on that link because Dr. Mwaneki actually elaborated quite a lot on it. And when you click on it, you get a list of what you are calling quick links. This has been elaborated quite well by Dr. Mwaneki, by Dr. Masika, by Dr. Motwereri on how to go to the digital school website and what you'll get there. But you can still go to the Kenyatta University website, the net etiquette, which Dr. Mwaneki really took you through, and therefore I don't wish to repeat all that. And also how to get to the platform and the support that you need to get, and the links and email addresses and the numbers that you need to call or use when you need to get support. The link on library will take you to resources that we can use or you need to use for your learning. Remember, and I'll mention here, in most cases when we get an assignment, we dash to www.google.com or .co.ke. We learn to Google, and we use Google as our Bible, Quran, where we think that everything that is in Google is good, it is nice, it is okay. And I want to tell you here, Google and other search sites like the Yahoo, what we call the search engines, in most cases comprise of only around 20% of what is already on the internet. And if that is the case, a lot of information is not on the Google search engine and other search engines that we use, be it Bing, be it Yahoo, and the rest. They will only give you 20% of what is there. The rest of the information is what we call in the deep web. It is not on the search engines, what we call the service web. And I will give an analogy of an ocean or a lake. And for those who are in the lakeside and they fish, you know the kind of fish that we normally get along the shore. Along the shore, we get all the rubbish, we get the omenas and the very small fish. But as you go deeper, you get very nice, the big fish are there. In an ocean, you'll start getting the shark and the whales in the deep sea. It is the same with the information that we want to use for our learning, the academic. Where do you want to get that information from? Is it from the shore where you get the good and the bad, the rubbish, the shells, the small fish? You want to go deeper where you can get authentic information that is not just available for everybody, because it is authenticated, it is done by experts. Sometimes we don't just get it freely. We'll have to get licenses, we'll get passwords, we'll get usernames, will be authenticated to use. And that's why the library is there. And I don't want to delve about more on the library, because you have a session and you'll be told how to get to the library. But we thought this is learning, and we can give that the Kenyatta University Digital School can direct you. Instead of logging out and you go to the library website, the link is already there for you, so that you can get directly to the library instead of going to the Google or the other search engine, where you will not be able to get to know what is right, whether it's opinion or fact, or not be able to know which is the right information. So that's why the link is given there. Again, we have what we call open educational resources, OER. The link is there. And OER are also free resources that have been developed by experts to allow learning and teaching and learning to take place without limiting the use of these resources. Of course, there are various licenses that concern the use of those resources, but as Kenyatta University Digital School, there is one database that has been given to you, what we call the MetaFinder, which has aggregated a number of websites that give access to open educational resources, resources that have been developed by experts, not opinion, but facts, and they are researched. And therefore, it is also available for you. So when you get an assignment, and this was given a lot of that information about assignment was given to us by Dr. Mutuereri. Don't run to the library, learn to open educational resources. And we have that one resource. Of course, there are so many others out there. And ensure you are able to get, you'll be able to get the resources you require for your academic journey. The library will also give you other resources that are available through open educational resources. And I would want to say at this point, we may not be able to take you through how to do the searching, how to access, and I'll call upon each one of you to get there and explore. In the afternoon, you'll still get to the library, and in case you need a tutorial on how to do the searches, because again, you need to have a bit of a technique, not just giving a string of words and you expect to get good information. The library will be there to take you through that process. I'm still going on with the various tabs that I had shown. The other one I had shown is, remember what I was explaining, is what you have under the links menu on the top hand corner of your page. The next is my personal profile page. If you are able to see the page, and you can see I have a photo there. My name is displayed. And the question you'll ask yourself, just as Dr. Mwaneki mentioned, what name will be displayed on that page when you open your page? You need to ensure if your name is misspelled that it's written correctly. You need to ensure that you give us your email address. When you get your corporate email address, you'll need to edit your profile so that you give us your email address as allocated by the system, or as you get it from the institution. So what will happen if you click on that drop down arrow? A list of other links will be displayed, and I want to go to only one of it, which is edit my profile. If you click on your edit my profile, you'll be taken to another window which has the first name, surname, email addresses. Those three must be filled, and therefore what you are required to do is not to change your name that is there. You only change if it's not your name, but don't give us other names. Remember, Dr. Mwaneki mentioned about the Google Class corridor, and these are the names that will be displayed. So which name will be displayed? This is your name that appears in your registration or admission letter, unless otherwise. Your surname, your email addresses, your email address, not your who, not the Gmail, but we'll ask you to use your corporate email, the email that you'll get from the institution. So that when you click on the link I was showing you, forgot password, then the system will be able to recognize you, and it will be able to give you the email, to be able to give you the instructions on how you need to reset your password. If you continue down on that page, we have a link, or we have a place where you can put your photo. At this point, just as my other colleagues have mentioned, we don't want you to use any other photo apart from your photo. We have seen very funny photos in the system, and we urge you kindly, because it is linked to your profile, it is linked to your name. We would know if you wanted to tell you, please pull down that photo. It is possible, but you don't want to go there. And therefore, we are asking you, use a photo that is decent. Some of them are not very good. Use your photo, not any other place. Maybe an image of a flower, maybe an image of a tree, maybe, but not those fans or other indecent photos that we get. So kindly we'll ask you to be mindful of what you use when you are editing your picture or what you give to to us. Once you have done that, that session was taking us through how to navigate, and I've tried to show you some of the tabs that you will encounter and what they have. But then that is not the main point why we are showing you how to use this system. We want to show you how to use the system so that you are able to learn, so that you're able to do your learning activities, so that you are able to get your learning resources, get to communicate to your lecturer, get to communicate to your colleagues within the platform, get to ensure that you get the best for your course you registered in. And therefore, the next session, I'll take you through how you'll be able to navigate through that platform. Yes, you have logged in. You are able to see my courses. Remember, we talked about the link or the tab that takes you to my courses. And my courses will list all the courses that you have you are registered in. And once it lists, you get in, or you click on any particular course that you want to get into, and that takes you to a page which looks like this. This is the page. Sorry, my screen is small. Let me scroll. And the page, that unit or that course will be displayed, and you if you go to my courses, you get to a particular course, and the course will be displayed, showing your department, showing the unit code, showing the unit title and the lecturer. Again, if you don't want to get it through my courses, you can use the search a course. At the top right corner of the page, there is search my course or search courses, and you can type the course code and you search. The course will be displayed, and you click on the link and it will be displayed. And this is how the course will be displayed. I'll get deep into the course, and we'll see how the course will be displayed. You are saying this is how you search on that search field up there. Once we have talked, sorry, my screen is a bit small and it's not able to show everything. So we have talked about the general layout of that first page, where you get the Kenyatta University logo, you get the digital school indicated because you're in the digital school, you are in this form mode of learning. The school will be indicated, the department, the unit code, and the unit title. Then we have the lecturer or the lecturers that will be facilitating that unit. Below that, we wish to look at the structure. How is the structure of the module? The module or the learning material are structured in lessons. And before we get to lessons, just as we had talked about the net etiquette, you'll be reminded of what you need to do. And this will be found, because this confuses many of the students, and they're like, how comes in every unit opening, I'm getting the first block as access and motivation. I'm getting it as online socialization. Those two blocks will appear in every unit that you are registered in every unit that you access through the Kusoma platform. I'll tell you they are not part of the course content of your unit. They are general this is general information that is going to remind you of many of the things that we are talking about, where to get support, how to behave in a class, the net etiquette, the socialization part, because you need to have what you call a community of learners, and we need to go through them in every unit. So in every unit, you realize that the two will be available, and you are required to get into, and the links are shown. So 01, 02, blocked access and motivation, then 02, online socialization will be available for you in every unit. Below it, you get the lessons. That is where your unit content starts. The unit content starts there. Lesson 1. Within that, how is the structure? The lessons will be structured like how you can, let me see whether I balloon this also. Okay. We'll have all the lessons, you'll get the lesson 1, or each lesson will be indicated and the topic of that lesson. And each lesson, there will be an introduction of what the lesson is all about. After that, there is what you call the learning outcome, or the lesson learning outcome. And they will be listed, meaning what is this that I'm supposed to, after learning this this topic in this unit, what am I supposed to gain? How is it going to change the way I do things, or the way I think, or how is this unit within my course going to help me in my career or in my profession? Then that unit, sorry, that topic tells you what you are expected to learn. Below it, we have what you're calling the activity, and you can see a green button. Under the green button, in every lesson, you'll get what you're calling an activity, which will be a form of a table. And Dr. Mwaneke mentioned about all that. When you click on that activity, how you need to engage with the other students, with your lecturer. And under the somebody kindly switch off. Once you get to the activity, this is where you'll get your notes, your lesson notes. At the moment, each lesson will look like what you can see here. And each lesson will have an activity which you need to click on that link to get to the notes. This will give you a table, and the links will be provided, and what you need to do. The links to other resources outside that topic, or that is what is not given, will also be provided. Meaning, if it's a video that you need to watch within that lesson, the video will be provided here. If it is a handout that is need to be provided by the lecturer, it will be found within the activity. Whatever you are supposed to do, whether a chat or a discussion forum, all of them are packaged within the activity, and it will be easy for you to navigate because you'll be taken with the notes from one page to another, and it is self-directing, and therefore I believe you not get lost. If for any reason as a student, because you know it happens, you don't get, and you don't get to any lesson, you below there we have due, maybe if it's the lecturer has decided that this can only be accessed within a particular time, then it will show whether how many people have accessed within that particular time. And it also show how many people have actually fueled or got into that particular activity. And therefore, we are asking you, ensure that you learn, you go there to the resources, because there are times we wait until the last minute and we want to do everything. It may not be possible. So ensure you keep learning by getting to the activities of the lesson, because they take you to other resources that you need to learn. They take you to the forums where you need to discuss issues. They take you to the chats where you also need to discuss other issues within the lesson. And before I forget, although this was shown by Dr. Mwaneki, again, the links or the Google link, links will again be placed within the lessons. And I would want to say again, this will depend on each lecturer. Those who will say, okay, I have the timetable and all my links will be within the first block, where I'll place the link for the Wednesday, I'll place the link for the Thursday, I'll place the link for the Friday, and every Monday I'll get to that link at the top of within the first block. Others will put the links within the lessons. If Monday we are covering definition and concepts in entrepreneurship, then the link will be found within that lesson. So again, be on the lookout how the lecturer has placed the Google Meet link, and you are taught a lot concerning the Google Meet links, and I don't want to get to that point. And we have said this is a repetition or a reminder that the activities is where we'll get the lessons packed, the discussion forum, the charts, the notes or the hyperlinks to the resources, either maybe a resource in the library, either a video that we need to watch, either a handout that we need to get. All of them are packed within the forum, within the activity. And again, I don't want to talk about the virtual meetings or Google Meet links. This was well explained, and somebody also explained, Dr. Mutwereri and Dr. Mwaneki again talked quite a lot about completion of the exams, talked about monitoring, talked about the assignments and different types of assignments. And the system will be able to check that using what we are calling time span. Time stamp will actually allow each lecturer to not be available from your head, but from the lecturer and administrator's side. The time stamp will show how you are progressing, how each student is progressing. If you don't get into the system, it will show how many times you have gone. If you have not got to the discussion forum, it will show who did participate in which discussion forum, or which discussion forums did you participate in, who has not done an assignment. And therefore, the system will be there to facilitate monitoring and monitoring of the activities. We have not mentioned about assignments, quizzes, discussion forums, but the moment these are placed within the course, using the events button, you'll be able to see a quiz, and they'll be well labeled, whether it is your quiz, whether it is this4, whether it is regular, whether it is CP, because they will be well labeled and restrictions will be put. If you see a continuous assessment test and the link is not active, get to know that it's not your course, that is not your assignment, and therefore use the events button to get to know what has been placed on the platform and what you need to do, or which activity you need to undertake And ensure don't take 2-3 weeks before you get into the system, because an assignment may be put there by the time you come here or you get to the platform, then you realize, oh, the assignment is already offered you. You didn't do the exam. And Dr. Mutwereri has really talked about assignments and the cards. So you will not start saying, oh, I didn't do my card, you know, I was sick. And we have seen it happen where now people start faking sickness. So ensure you are a student. Get to your classes, get to events, get to know what has been added. Is it a discussion forum? Is it an assignment? Is it a quiz? And attend to them. And I think that is the end of my presentation, unless there is a question or there is anything that I need to address, Dr. Masika.
Thank you so much, Dr. Njoroge. I think that has been quite an elaborate work. I want to encourage students not to really get afraid and scared because I can say consistent people like Ivy Ann on this house been consistently on, and others. As I believe that you're really getting something that will help you in your academic career. So I think because we really overrun with time over 30 minutes, but it will be good for us to finalize some of the things that we've actually interacted with. Would have really loved again to give you an opportunity to shout out your questions, but Dr. Maneki has been doing a great job online, just responding to most of the concerns. So most of the concerns raised, Dr. Njoroge, have been answered. And I think the best thing for us to do is to be able to move on to the next speakers. The next speaker to us is quite important because it's also addressing the second portal that Dr. Njoroge referred to. So it's important for you to see the difference between the SOMA, which is for the units, and then the ICT will lead us to the next level. We'll be discussing how do we register for our units, what do we do, how do we know our fees is paid, how do we know the status in the university, and this is done by the ICT Directorate. I saw the ICT director in the house. I hope you're still there so that you can give us direction. If not, they're always organized, and I know someone is there for us. Anthony, I saw you in the room. Mr. Mbabu?
Hello, Dr. Masika.
Oh, Millicent, you're there for the team. Thank you. Over to you.
I'll take over on behalf of our director. Hello, Dr. Masika.
Millicent, you can go on, please. It's over to you. So lead us through the next steps.
Okay, could we request Dr. Rose to exit his presentation?
Oh, sorry. Dr. Njoroge, please kindly stop the sharing so that we can, thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Sorry, Millicent, kindly bear with us. We're just coming to almost the end, and then we'll give you some good time for a lunch break, and then we can come back to the library later. This is a really nice thing that you have to be here to the end. Those of you holding on, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Millicent Wamaro. I'm at ICT. I will take you through our platform in the Directorate of ICT. One, I'll take you through the student portal, then corporate email, and online support. Now, for student portal, we have this one will help you to access the information as the Kenyatta University student. It also includes the academic, where you'll be able to register your units online. You'll be able to view the fee statement. You can also download the transcript in the student portal. Now, first of all, I'll show you how to log into the student portal. As you can see, below qualified the login details to this system, which is commonly referred as the student portal. Now, the format for username, currently for the new student, we use the registration number. And for username, we use the last sequential number, like the one we have 173, followed by a dot, then followed by the year 2020. Then we have initial password, which is now the full registration number. Now, students, for your accounts, they are already created in this format. Now, if you check the initial password, it is in capital. The letter E should be capital, NKU should be capital. The student in city, CTY should be capital. Then it will prompt you to put a place of birth. We all put Kenya. That's the place of birth. This is how you log into student portal, and this is a login page that is a portal.ku.ac.ka. Now, once you access portal.ku.ac.ke as shown above, you click on the student portal homepage. Then you put your username and the password. Remember, username is the registration number separated by a dot. Then we have the password, the full registration number in capital. Once you put the password, you click login, and then you get to this page. You can change your password through my profile, and then you select change password. You can change the password that was provided by the system. This is why you put your old password. Remember, the old password was the full registration number, and then you put now the new password, and then you retype the new password, then click on change password. Once you change the password, you can now be using the username as the way it is, as the registration number separated by a dot. Now you use the current password that you've changed. Now, if you've already created your student portal and you can't remember username or the password, you can always send a ticket via support.ku.ac.ke, and you get the response. Now we have this page is where now displays the portal. This is how portal looks like. Once you put the username and password, we go to, first of all, let me start with the registration of units. The registration process, that is, we normally use academic link. Once you go to academic link, and then you put you click on the registration. Now, before you go to registration, we have a hold where you see an arrow. You have a hold. For one, when you have an alert for a hold like this one, we have one hold. This means you've not been invoiced, or maybe you've cleared with the finance. And this happens especially if maybe you are on session and you have a hold. It means you have a fee balance. So you first of all clear the fee balance to continue with the registration. The next step is how to check the fee balance. If you realize you have a hold here, first of all, check the fee balance, or to check your financial statement. You go to fee statement. The first step, you click on the link, and then we have the second link there. You click on it to view the fee statement. And just in case you're using maybe your browser cannot open the second step of the fee statement, always allow the pop-up. You click allow pop-up on top here. Allow pop-up for portal.ku.ac.ke. That's how you check whether you've cleared with finance. So if you realize at step 2, you've already cleared your finance, but still there's a hold here. You just liaise with finance so that they can resolve your hold. Then we continue with the registration process. Remember, we were at academics. And now academics, this is where you do registration process. You're supposed to click on academics, then registration. And you notice on this page, we have welcome to oral registration. Please select your term below and check your registration. No, you'll only be able to view this oral registration if you have 0 holds here. Remember, if you have an alert for a hold, if you earn 1 hold, it means you cannot do the registration process. But for this student has been cleared with finance. Ensure you registering to the correct term. We have the term here. Ensure you registering your correct term. If you're a regular student, ensure it's regular. If it is Odell or IBP, make sure it is in the correct term. Now let me start with the registration. Once on this page, you're supposed to click on register. Once you click on this register, it will take you to this page. Now on this page, we have display here. Ensure you have selected required. I say required because if you select required, it only display all the units that you're supposed to do as per your degree. If you're doing like BSc in architecture, it only display the units you're supposed to do in that degree. If you're in education foundation, it's supposed to display only units that you're supposed to do in your education foundation. So ensure in this process, that is step 1 for registration. First of all, you select required. Once you select required, all the units that you're supposed to do, you're supposed to display at the required courses. The next step, you're supposed to, on this, where you select the required, you're supposed to go to a course code. If maybe you select the required and you can't find one of the units at the required courses, because there are cases whereby a student is doing units outside the degree program, or is doing units from other departments. For example, I have a student in School of Education and he's doing units outside education like humanities. Maybe a student is doing history and CRI, but he's in another school. Use the course code. If you use the course code, you're supposed to type the unit code here and don't space. If it is UC like AHT 100, type AHT 100 and don't space, and then you click search. That unit will display now the courses that you want to register. Now, for this case, the units that are displayed here, these are the required courses for a student. They'll display on this page. Now, when you want to register like these units back to for BBA 201 all the way to A201, you're supposed to click on the plus sign here. You're supposed to click on the plus sign here so that you can select that unit for part of the registration. You click on the plus sign at the back 204, and then we have a BBA 201 all the way to EA 201. Now, when you select these units, before you select, please note the status of these units is available. Once you select units, the status of this unit changes to selected. Like now we have here, we remember we click on the plus sign, and the plus sign is selected, and when you check on this one, we are at a view stage. This is where now you confirm all the units are selected and their status is selected. Once you confirm that the units are selected, you click on the registration. We have the register button here. You click on it. Now this is the last process, which is the registration stage. Once you've already confirmed that they are selected, now you click on register to now register the units. When you click on register, the status of the units changes to registered. This is the page. You get that now the status changes to registered once you have completed the registration process. Now at this status, it means your units have been registered at the student portal. The next step is the complete email. I'm done with the student portal account, how to register units and how to view fee statement. I'm now at complete email. The complete email it's a platform that will help you do various services at the Kenyatta University. As you are taught by Dr. Rose, you need this for the Kusoma platform. Now the complete email will access you also to access the EduRAM Wi-Fi, apply hostel, off-campus library access, and official communication from Kenyatta University to student and staff. Then student online services like application for graduation, LMS, and application for gowns. Now for complete email, for all students, it's already created. The format that we shall use is the registration number. That is the last question number. For example, 0301.2020@student.ku.ac.ke, and then the password is your registration number in full. That's the format for complete email. So for you students, all of you are going to use this format. And then to log into the complete email, you use the login page. It is mail.google.com. That's you're going to log into the complete email. Now we have another platform. We have EduRAM Wi-Fi. This one will assist students to obtain internet in the campuses. You'll get EduRAM Wi-Fi in your complete email. And in case you don't get the EduRAM Wi-Fi in your complete email, you can always raise a ticket and you'll be given the username and password. So you must have a complete email for you to get the EduRAM Wi-Fi. Now we have how to submit a ticket. This is a platform where you set your request, where you fill a form, and then you get the response. For this, any request that you have regarding complete, regarding student portal or Wi-Fi, or anything outside ICT like LMS, like e-learning, the Kusoma, any request you have, you can always send a ticket via support.ku.ac.ke. Now let me show you how to send a ticket. Once you navigate support.ku.ac.ke, this is the page you get. This is the page. It's ICT support services, and then you're supposed to submit a ticket. This is where you send a request to various office. Now we have view existing ticket. This is where you view your response. I'll show you how to check the response. Now once you click the submit a ticket, you get to this page. What can we help you with? If you have an issue with any office like a student portal, always place your ticket to the correct category. Like for student portal, we have Campus Nexus portal support. This is where you place your ticket. If you have an issue with your corporate email, maybe you've forgotten your username and password, place your ticket at the corporate email. There are so many categories here. If you have an issue with Kusoma, place your ticket to the correct Kusoma. We don't have Kusoma in the ICT, we have e-learning. So ensure before you set a ticket, select the correct category. Once you select now the category here, if you are not sure where to place your ticket, always put application support. It's the first category. If you are not sure of the category, always select application support. Once you select, you click continue, get you to this page. This is a form where you fill in your details as well as the request. You put your name, email, registration number, you specify your student, the subject and the message, and then you click submit. Now, once you submit, there's a number, we call it tracking ID. Always make sure you note your tracking ID to assist you to track the progress of your ticket. For example, if I set a ticket, once I submit, I fill the details, I submit, this is the response I get. Like this one, we have your ticket. Ticket has been successfully submitted, ticket ID. Now you're supposed to keep track of this tracking ID. Now, when you have this tracking ID, you'll be able to get the progress, whether you got your response or it's still in progress. Now, how do you use it with this tracking ID once you submit a ticket? You're supposed to pick this tracking ID. You go back to ICT support. You remember the ictsupport.q.ac.ke where you submit a ticket. You're supposed to go to view existing tickets. Once you click on that link, view existing ticket, you open, then you type in this tracking ID, then you click view. Now you'll be able to see the response. Or else another way to access your ticket or the response, you go to your email. You remember when you filled this form, we have an email here. Ensure you use the valid email, an email that you'll be able to get the response. Can be corporate email or the personal email. Ensure you use the valid email so you can check the response for your ticket through the email that you provided here, or else you use this method that I've showed you how to use the view existing tickets. I'm through with the student portal, corporate email, and online support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Millicent. I think this is quite overwhelming knowledge, power, and when you have knowledge, you actually have power, as they say. So I think we must come into the close of this. There are only two speakers that will speak, and then we finalize. Maybe, Millicent, if you stop sharing, I could share one or two things.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Allow me just to share to all newly admitted students. This is where you get lots of information if you go to our online. This is something that is posted on KU website, so you can see on this, all newly admitted students, that's what you have. When you click on this link, you'll get the schedule of events, which is quite important for you henceforth, because remember, from the register, every speaker has spoken about the deadlines. And when they are dead, they're actually dead. So please ensure that you're working with those deadlines. That's one side. And then I also humbly want to just point you to the direction of, because there are a number of questions coming up. What are you posting where? Kenyatta University homepage is quite a platform for us, and that's where our journey begins. So this is the platform where that's our Vice Chancellor. We have almost all the resources here which you can download. A welcome message from the Vice Chancellor, which I really encourage you to go through to be part of Kenyatta University, our programs and our visions and everything that we need. And this is what is important. To newly admitted, this is the training that we already posted up. All the contacts are here for people that you want to get in touch with as you deal with different directions. Very important is this area which we call the University Notes Board. We will be posting here. This is done by the university website manager. All the information is posted around this place. This clip here summarizes what we've really gone through. And if you keep going down, you'll find all our schools. And this is where we really encourage all newly admitted students. Angela asked about, someone asked about changes of courses. I don't think, but I stand guided by the admissions coordinator, SSP. When you apply a course, you'll have done all the search and you know this is what you want. So I'm not quite sure whether you allowed to. The last part I want to point to is, if I stop sharing this, moving very fast so that you're able to move to the next stage, is just to point you in the direction of this. They're all on the K website. So please just say all. This part, relevant schools have different videos here, and this is what we call the orientation videos. And again, they're almost all on the resources. So you're looking at the resources, online resources, and you scroll down and you can see this is School of Business, School of Creative Arts, School of Environment, then you can have School of Agriculture. All these videos will help to point in a direction where you'll then be empowered to move to the next level. So please use our website, use the different areas to navigate through different platforms. And that then brings me to the level of thing about what Angela posted earlier on. I was quite excited before I announced. Please, this is a forum again when we are breaking out for lunch. Meet each other. I can already see group WhatsApp coming up led by Angela. So please start creating WhatsApp, posting there. Be pioneer on deciding which group is this. Like I'm doing education. What are some of the subject combinations? These are some of the messages I want to see. People coming up with groups. You identify each other. By the time you meet in class, you've already formed what Dr. Njoroge was referring to as community of learners. There is empowerment in collaborative learning as we move forward. So at this point, I want to bring to, I don't know whether the SecGen Kuza is in or not yet. Secretary General Barrow Lokero. Okay, allow me then to move on to the library, our last item. If he comes in, then I'll be able to bring this to a close at one point. So with humility, I want to invite Dr. Njoroge, who's our chief librarian, to speak to us, but there's a whole afternoon event scheduled for the library. So please, over to you, Dr. Njoroge. Dr. Njoroge.
Good afternoon, Dr. Masika.
Oh, thank you, Samuel. I thought I saw Dr. Njoroge. That's why I was. Thank you so much, Samuel. Please, over to you.
Dr. Njoroge is in another virtual meeting also. And so is Mr. Thuku. So mine at this moment, I had text Dr. Masika to confirm that if you are having a break, then we can break and then come for the entire library package, where we can receive all the students in the library virtually, and then go through the registration process that will help them. That we are hoping that by the end of the session, all the students in the virtual room should be able to register themselves to be accessing our e-journals and our e-books remotely at their confines at home or at work. But I can do an intro, then in the afternoon we can have the presentations.
So Samuel, if you are happy to do the intro in the afternoon, because we are actually 1 hour late, you can give these guys 30 minutes.
Yes.
And then they come back with new energies so that we are relaxed. So we plan maybe to start at 2:30.
No problem.
No, thank you so much. That was, I have not seen your message. I'm really sorry, but if I'd seen, I'll have borrowed your wisdom. So please at this point, let me bring this to a close. We're not praying as we come to the end of the first session, but what we hope to do is that take a break for 30 minutes, and then you'll be back at exactly 2:30 to the library. If you want to leave you turn off your videos, you turn off your sound, walk around, stretch, grab a cup of tea, and then you come back to start in the library. I think someone also requests you'll be with my colleague Abuta, because I have another meeting at 2.
Yes.
However, I'll be in watch. I'll be joining you as soon as we are through with the other meeting.
All right.
Thank you so much, and please feel free, walk around, and then at exactly 2:30 we start again. If you want to log out and then log back again, that's absolutely you can decide to do that. Otherwise, it's been a really huge pressure to be with you throughout this orientation, and we look forward to inviting you to KU face to face. I saw the register was still in. Please, if you have any final remarks to make before we leave, you don't have to attend the afternoon. Thank you, guys. Take a break, and then we'll see you at 2:30.
And does data saver mean it is on? And I wanted to create a I think this is Good afternoon. I guess we have quorum. It's now 2:35. Those who are still refueling, they can join us on our way. We were supposed to have had the Chief University Librarian's address before the break, but it happens to be another meeting that is still going on. So I'm just going to give a brief and then introduce my colleague. So my names are Samuel Mudami. I'm speaking on behalf of Dr. Njoroge, the Chief University Librarian. Allow me to share briefly one page because of time. I just want to give you a glimpse of what to expect this afternoon. In a university, the library has a special position because of the nature of work done there. And for me this afternoon, I'm not going to go through the entire presentation from Dr. Njoroge, because the team I have behind me, they will be doing exactly that. So I'm just introducing the menu, and the outline is on behalf of Dr. Njoroge, the Chief University Librarian, and the Deputy, Mr. Thuku, who is also on other duties. I want to welcome you to the University Library, which is a network of main library and campus libraries across the country. So feel free. You may be receiving this signal virtually, but probably from where you come from, there is a KU library. You only need to introduce yourself there, and you can get to interact with our librarians there. There is no difference between any of our campus libraries and our network. And we use an online system, as you are going to hear. Some of the things that will be very critical is that you need to register yourself in the platform you are going to be given, so that you are able to access our resources remotely. Please be keen to follow on this, because it will be very important. You don't have to come to any of our libraries to do so. Even using your smartphone, you can do that. And this is COVID-19 and e-learning compliant. So it will help you to do the program you are doing. You don't have to come to our libraries unless you want to register formally so that you can borrow hard copy books, but you can still access our ebooks and our e-journals. 3, you need to familiarize with our services, our policies, our rules and regulations to maximize on usage of our resources for purposes of your assignments, and even when you are preparing for exams. It is very important because we have a database of past exam papers, and when you are revising for your exams, you need to interact with those ones and see how various concepts are tested. This is very important. The critical link is the one I've given here, but you'll be getting the details and how the platform looks like shortly. We have diverse resources, a lot of print, but more so, we have more electronic resources through our ebooks and our e-journal databases. So please just be keen how you need to interact with our platform, how you need to register yourselves, and how you should be logging in. We are going to take you systematically and without a lot of speed, because we know some of you may be having some technical challenges relating to the internet and stuff like that. Then there are other things that we may not do today, but you'll get a brief on information ethics and integrity. It was mentioned that some irregularities can come either by carrying what we call papers or your phones, but there are other things. You can copy other people's assignments and submitting as your own. There is the infrastructure in KU to handle that and know who has copied from who. Please ensure that you do your own academic write-up so that you don't find yourself dealing with the issues. And the library will be enlightening you going forward on these issues. Then we are going to provide you with a lot of channels for communication so that you are not stuck at home and you don't know who can sort out your problem. We can troubleshoot any problem you have relating to the usage of the library wherever you are at whatever time, even real time through chat platform. So feel free to come to any of our libraries. You can register physically in any of our campus libraries, the one that is near you. If you are in Nakuru, you can go to our campus there. If you are in Kitui, you can go to Kitui. Those from Embu, you can just walk into our Embu campus. Those in Mombasa, we have a campus in Mombasa. In Nairobi, we have the main campus, we have the CBD, and we have Parkland for those who do law or they are interested in any information that is legal related. And now, without much ado, after welcoming you, please, I will introduce Jared Otieno, who will drive the agenda this afternoon by taking you through the library resources in detail. In the next 1.5 hours, we should be able to give you that. How do you access our library resources at home or at work? And how do you search electronic resources so that you get only what is useful for your assignment? For those who are doing postgraduate studies, how do you access what has been done by other students in KU? And we have made that available for you online. You need to interact with that. For the past papers, how do you interact with all those things? And so, without much ado, because we are behind schedule, let me allow Jared to also share his content. And with me, I also have David Mutiso and Miriam in another location. In case Dr. Njoroge comes in, he should be able to join us and maybe say hello. But I think I've done justice on his behalf. Jared?
Thank you, Mr. Madam. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure having you. And I take this opportunity to introduce you to what we have in the library and just to briefly make sure that you are able to get the resources that you need. Now, in the library, I will have to at least highlight the reasons or what to expect from this orientation. We are supposed to help you identify and use the library materials that are available. Majorly because you are now outside, you will be able to use them online remotely. Then we are supposed to help you locate materials physically, for we know that some of you might be around or you might want to visit a physical library. It's also important that you get to know that you can search the materials you need. Then we here expect to give you or to equip you with the skills to search the databases that I'm going to introduce, and also to let you know that you can communicate with us in several ways. The major goal of learning and also the mandate of the library is to instill the long life learning skills, because this is not just for the program that you are pursuing, but learning is always continuous. So we have that mandate. Now, in the orientation here, I want to introduce the library. We have been told that we have several libraries or branches that are KU, and the main one is the one in main campus along Bika Road. And we have different materials that you can use, but for you to use them, you need to do some kind of registration. This registration, I know you have been given a lot of passwords and all that on how to get to your Kusoma platform and all that. Now, allow me to also introduce you to the library platform. And I'm grateful that Dr. Rose Njoroge mentioned something about the library, that you can access it through your Kusoma page. Allow me also to note that within the university website, there is a link for the library. But the main one, which should be the gateway to the library resources, we call it the library catalog or the OPAC. Now, how do you get it? You get it through a link or a URL that is maktaba.ku.ac.ke. Now, once you are there, you are supposed to get several links. Now, I want to stop here and let you know that you need to register to get the e-resources. Within the screen that I've shared, maybe I can magnify it a little bit. When you go through Maktaba, maktaba.ku.ac.ke, you are supposed to get links on the left side where we have the library website, a link to the library website, a link to e-resources, and a link to e-resources self-registration. Now, I will stop presenting this, presenting the PowerPoint and go to demonstrate on how to register, because this registration is very important. You can do it with me as we continue. How do you register? Let me share a tab on how to do that. Now, I said that the link or the gateway to the library is maktaba.ku.ac.ke. If you click on it, this is the page that you get. Please go with me step by step and you register if you can. Then we have the link for the library website, a link for the past papers. I'll mention them as we continue or later on, but where I want us to go is the e-resources self-registration. We have, I need to clarify at this point that we have electronic materials, that is books and journals, as well as the print materials. Now, for you, because you are not within the library or within the campus, the electronic resources are very important. And for you to access them, you have to register. Now, when you click on the e-resources self-registration, in the self-registration, you are supposed to get to this page, which I'm about to present. Once you click on it, you're supposed to get this page. And from here, you will be required to key in your email address. This email address must be a Kenyatta University email address, the corporate email address, as you are informed by the ICT. After you have done that, you are supposed to go to the next step of keying in your name, first name, second name. Then you specify your user category. User category, you can be a postgraduate, or an undergraduate, or a staff. But let me concentrate on the first one, the postgraduate and the undergraduate. You select which one fits you. Then your registration number as done, as you are given in your admission letter. Let's say E45 or 55 stroke something. You put it in full. Then your department and your school next. There is a drop-down menu with schools. So if you are E30 something, then you should be from School of Education. After that, you specify whether you are undergraduate or a postgraduate. Then you check in the box of the agreeing to our terms and conditions. Because you are told that we have library policies. And the policies are governing even how you use the resources. So by agreeing to our terms and conditions, you are accepting to use the resources in the way they are stipulated in the policy. Then the last thing is to key in the captcha, the words, the letters that are here, the way they are. Like in your screens, if you can see, we have letter D, small letter D, capital R, capital X, C, D, C, F, K. After that, then you click on create account. Once you have clicked on create an account, an email should be sent to the email you used here, your corporate email. Then you go there to that email address, you will find a link or instructions of how to proceed by creating your password. We have a librarian in standby, the e-resources librarian, Mr. Mutiso, to also affirm and to help those who are trying to register. And I believe by now we should be having traffic on that registration, because the account that you're creating is the main reason why we are here and why we are doing this orientation right now. So please, let's do it together, and that will be a good thing. I'll come to the use of those, the use of the emails and the password that you create later. Now, allow me to continue with the presentation. Hello? Okay. Now, after I've shown you the website or the OPAC catalog, the OPAC, which is the Open Public Access Catalog, you are supposed to be able to get or to use the resources that are there or to log in. Now, how do you access the library? You can access library while you are within, which we call the on-campus, and while you are away, the off-campus. The difference is the physicality of it, being physical within to access the electronic materials, and off-campus majorly where you will access the online materials. Now, the advantages of being around is that we have facilities that can facilitate your studies. And we have librarians who can be there to assist. I know some of us are away, but you can be in a nearby place where you will want to do your studies within the library, wherever you are. So when you come or when you go to any library, you might need to borrow a physical book. For you to do that, you also need to register or to have been registered. Now, for the registration of physical borrowing, we only need your corporate email address and your admission number. I know some of you or most of you are not having the ID. So we may not have that. So should you need to visit a physical library or to borrow a book, then what you need are the email addresses and the email and a document to identify you. We'll be able to do that. Now, why should you come or visit a library? A physical one is to get, because we have a reading space, maybe wherever you are, you might not have an ample space for you to read. We have an environment where you can read, so long as you are within Nairobi, or wherever you are in Nakuru, you have been told there is a Nakuru campus, Mombasa, there is a library there. Then you will be able to get, if you are the type who would want to have the hard copy, we have them in plenty. We have also librarians to assist in your research, especially for the postgraduates. And even undergraduates, should you need a one-on-one consultation, we have. Then also, the university have installed Wi-Fi that you can use to access the resources you need. So should you be close to a library somewhere, a KU library, then you can have the luck of using EduRoam as you are within. Circulation desk is where we issue books and receive them back, and that's the same place where we do the registration. We understand that there are several things that you might not be able to understand as you go through your studies. That's why there is the information desk for you to consult. Now, the physical library, which is the main campus, it's we call it the postmodern library, which has around 7 floors, which is the basement, ground floor, first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. Now, I'll talk about ground floor, which holds or which houses the Education and Special Needs Library. For the ease of reading and finding your materials, the library has been departmentalized into subject areas, majorly depending on the subjects or the programs that are being taught in KU. That's why when I talk about Education and Special Needs Subject Library, those are materials on educational units and those that deals with special needs. Also, if we have someone doing an information science course, then those books are held within the ground floor. The reason why we are highlighting this now is because we expect you at some point you will be making these physical visits. So with this orientation, it will help you find your way around. First floor is a social sciences library, where books on social sciences, including economics, psychology, business, and all that, what is to deal with the social sciences are found within the first floor. First floor also houses the library administration offices, where we have the chief university librarian and his assistant and all that. They are housed in first floor. Second floor is meant for the humanities. Humanities, this is where we have history, geography, languages. Then third floor is for sciences and technology, physics, chemistry, engineering, maths, biology, and all that. The books on those subjects are found in third floor. For fourth floor, we have books on health sciences, but also it houses research and special collections. This floor, I understand that we have postgraduates among us who are listening today. So most of the services or the research services are offered at the fourth floor. Fifth floor is also for the research commons, where majorly a reading area with the librarian to help you find for consultation in the fifth floor. That is to do with the physical arrangement of the library, which will be helpful anytime you find opportunity to come into the library. I need not to highlight so much on the common facilities, which I've talked about or I've alluded to, like the physical books, the reading areas, discussion rooms, Wi-Fi, instruction rooms, and all that. Those are things that you will find when you come to the main library. Now, allow me to go back to the library catalog, where the point I noted I emphasized before was registration to the e-resources. But allow me to go back there and just give an illustration of how to use that catalog. And the other emphasis I need to lay is the part that this library or this catalog is online. It's open to everyone. Wherever you are, you can get into that page and search for the materials that we have. I'll go there and do an illustration of how to do that. Now, Maktaba. That's the library catalog, the one that I showed you before. And here, let me start by showing us how to search for a book. After going through maktaba.ku.ac.ke, coming to this page, there is the option of looking for physical materials or physical books. Now, in this search bar, just the same way you log into Google and you find a search bar where you can type, I need to give an example of, let me look for a book on, or a material on management, okay. I hope we are on the same page. Now, I was saying once you have gone to maktaba.ku.ac.ke, then at that point you have the search bar where I was looking for a book on, let me say, microeconomics, and search for that. Now you will find that from the book, from my search of microeconomics, I've got 461 results, which means items that are held within the library. Now the first one is a book by someone, Paul, which is, the reason for going through this database or through the catalog is that it will let you know whether the material you're looking for is within the library or is available. And if it's available, it will tell you where specifically is the book. For example, number one, the first one, is a book that's available in main campus, social sciences, which means if you come to the main campus library, you will get that book in the second floor, in the first floor. Social sciences are in first floor. So you'll come and go straight to where you want, where the book is indicated. And this one you can do from your office or from home, so that before you walk into the library, you know what you are going for and where, so that you don't waste a lot of time, which I know you may not be having. Now, the other thing I need to highlight in this catalog, for example, the book that I've talked about, number one, it has a call number or a code that it's given to it. This one here. For this one is HB 171.5.W6. Now, in the shelves, books are arranged alphabetically according to the call numbers. So if you go to the shelf, you look for the book number HB 171.5. This is just to help you locate the book faster, rather than looking for it by the title or by the author. You copy the call number that you shall have gotten from your catalog search, and you go straight to that. Looking for, okay, within this search, on the right side, on the left side, you can narrow the search of the materials you want by the author. If you want by a specific author, so you click on the name of the author there. Or if you are in Mombasa and you want to know whether the book on microeconomics is available in Mombasa, then you can click on Mombasa campus and find whether there is a copy of the same material in Mombasa campus. And you find that we have 18 titles on microeconomics in Mombasa campus. So if you are in another campus, you can always go through that and you will be able to access the book. That's for the physical books. I think that should do for now on electronic materials, on physical materials, of how to look for them. Now, I'm going back to the e-resources, which will be very important for us today. And remember, I'll keep on going back to Maktaba. So I'll click on maktaba.ku.ac.ke. Once I'm there, we'll go to the e-resources, electronic resources. But before I go to that electronic resources, I need to point out again for anyone who might have not been here when I was illustrating how to register. We have the self-registration that you can do. So long as you are a Kenyatta University student with a valid email address and admission number. In that case, you will simply click on the e-resources self-registration. You go through that process, create your password, then you can continue to accessing the e-resources. Now, for this time, I'll go to the e-resources link. While it's loading, I just want to believe that most of us have registered and now you can log in. Now, how do you log in? Once you click on that, you key in your email address, which is the KU email address, and your password, which you should have created with an email that was sent to you. So let me log in using mine. Now I've logged in, and within that page, if you scroll a little bit down, you'll find a list of e-journals. If I remember what you are being told by Dr. Njoroge about searching through Google and going through the deep web, this is the difference, because Google will never give you everything that is authentic, because anyone can do anything online and publish. But now we are giving you a list of publishers with whose credentials have been authenticated, and most of them are subscription based, which means the university through the library have subscribed to the list of journals or the publishers. One of these publishers, all of them, they specialize in different areas. For example, we have the Africa Information Ethics, which is publishing on the information ethics about Africa, because now within the postgraduates, or at the time that you will be coming up with your thesis, you will be told to explore your problem or your subject from the global, regional, and local perspective. Now, in terms of the global perspective, you will have several other journals that can help you do that. Now, in the African context, we have compiled or we have subscribed to this African online journal that is publishing about issues in Africa. And there are others that can publish on the same. So this is just to help you find the material that you might be looking for. And all these journals, they publish on different fields, and the details of their publications you can get by clicking on the part on the right side, which is written details and help. So when you click on the details, it will tell you that this journal is publishing on information ethics. Now, if I go to another one, for example, if we have people on education, you can go to Eric. If you click on Eric, details of Eric, it will tell you that it's printing about bibliographic records of education, majorly on education, which has the conference papers, ebooks, e-journals, and all that. So at your own time, you can explore. For those in the technical areas, we have the IEEE, which is on technology. Those in business, you can deal with JSTOR, which is social sciences majorly. The law, we have different. We have Law Africa, we have Kipra, we have Lexus Law Libraries. For the medical, we have several journals that are publishing on that. We have Taylor and Francis that is publishing majorly across the disciplines. Then, after exploring the list of electronic journals, we have a list of electronic books. And I'll give an example of how to access each of them. Let me start by giving an example by, let me go to JSTOR for the journals. In JSTOR, if I wanted to look for a material on, what should I, maybe go for management styles in 21st century. You can look for that just by clicking there. I've got 31,869 results, which means these are items that are talking about management. Okay. In the 21st century, which means whatever I'm looking for is mentioned within that. But now here, I can narrow down my search if all I need are the journal articles, because in the journal articles, we have 25. Excuse. Sorry. Yeah. From the 31,000 I had, I've narrowed down to 25,000, which are talking about, which are journal articles. Then I need to specify whether they are just the primary source of content, or I can narrow them by the year, because we'll be concerned about the most recent publications. For example, postgraduates will be told to have resources that are not older than 5 years. So let me say materials that were published from 2017, 2021. And I can specify by subject. For example, if I was looking for something in business, which now we have 3,000, I can click on that. And you see now I have 3,000 materials. The first one is Career Anchor Revisited, Implication of Career Development. So we have, I'm just giving an example with the first one. And I can decide to download it for the future use. For you to download, once you click on download PDF, then you have to accept the terms of condition of the journal. So you have to accept before you continue. Have downloaded the article, and you will be able to see it. Hello? Allow me to stop sharing that part of the database and show you where I was. Now, I was talking about searching through the JSTOR and have specified the management styles where I've got the first article, which is Career Anchor Revisited. And from here, I can decide to download it if it fits my search. By downloading, just click on the download PDF. And once it's there, you are able to save it or read through. And that will be very helpful because this can help you achieve or complete your assignments online without making a physical visit to the library. Now, what I was giving was on one database, which was JSTOR, but you can do this with all other databases. Because of time, allow me not to go to the rest of other databases because I believe we'll get more time to interact. Now, after dealing with the journals, I'll give an example with the ebook databases. Now, one of them is the eBrary. If I click on it, it's a publisher and it's availing books, online books. Now I would like to look for a material or a book on psychology. Let me say that. Let me look for psychology. A book on psychology. If you look at the screen, you will find that we have 93,000 results of books on the same. So you can minimize or you can narrow your searches by the year of publication, by language. For example, I just need the ones in English. Then I can narrow by the date of publication. Let me say I'll need ones from 2017, or I've even got from 2021, 2020. So you can narrow down as much as you want. Now, from my narrowing, I've got one of the books in social psychology. Now, assuming this is what I was looking for, I have an option of reading it online here or downloading a chapter of it. Now, for you to do that, you can read by clicking on the title. And on this title, you now have download the book or read online. If I click on read online, you can see on the left side of the screen, we have the table of content, which can help you navigate through the book. And for example, number one, we have introduction to social psychology, and you can read through that. You can even make your notes while reading here. And I think that will be a good thing, and you'll be able to do your assignments and to learn, go through your education in KU in a much easier way The same trend that the same thing I've done on eBrary can also be done on these other databases of the ebooks, including Springer, Science Direct, and we have also Free Book Center or the Google Books. Now, before I go very far, I understand that the main reason or one of the reasons for studying is to do exams and pass. Now, for us as a library, we are trying to facilitate your revision by providing samples of the past papers, which can only be accessed through the channel I've given you of accessing e-resources. So the past papers are here. So when you click on the past papers link, they are grouped according to schools. So according to your school, you can search for the material. Or if you know the unit code, for example, you are being told about a UCU unit. So let me look for a past paper on UCU 101. If I click on that, on the search bar, I can't get the UCU 100, but we have the basic environmental in microbiology, which you can download, or you can click on that. Now, once you click on the title of that unit, we have the view to open. So when I click on the view to open, that's a paper that was done in 2018, and it will help you, because this is from the School of Environment, to help you see how exams in that school are set. And your revision will be made easier. Otherwise, we have other links to the useful that can be useful for you. For example, you click down on the useful links, you'll have an example of MIT, which is OpenCourseware from the MIT group or university. And you can be able to also look at what they are doing and compare. Or if you want to read on, we have their group according to the subject areas. And you can browse through to find out what's being done in that institution. We have the ProQuest, dissertation, and thesis. This would really apply to the undergraduate, to the postgraduate students, because at some point you will be asked, you will want to develop a thesis. Now the ProQuest gives you samples of the thesis that have been done in other universities across the globe. Now, if you click on the ProQuest, it will bring you to this page, which you can click on the ProQuest platform and search for the item that, or the look for a material on your proposed topic. For example, you are looking for, you are searching on disaster management. Let's say disaster management. In disaster management in Africa, maybe. Now, if you look for that, if you click on that, you'll be able to get materials. For example, the first one is disaster management in India, analysis of factors impacting capacity building. This is a thesis that was done in Georgia State University. So you can have the privilege of looking at what has been done abroad while you are within. So you can download that thesis, and it will also help you in building your own research project. While still talking about the thesis and dissertation, I need to point to you to our own repository or the digital library of what has been done within Kenyatta University. The theses that have been done in KU, they are found in there as one of the useful links called Kenyatta University Institutional Repository. If you click on it, it will bring you to the page where the digitized copies of master's and PhD theses have been made available. But we also have other resources that have been done within Kenyatta University. So for example, if you are looking for a master's thesis, you can go to the institutional repository, the KU one, and click on master's thesis and dissertation. I need to point out that we have over 8,000 theses or master's theses that have been done, and they are grouped according to schools. So if you are in the School of Health Sciences, we have 193, which can be accessed. So for example, under the School of Health Sciences, we have departments, for example, Department of Medical Laboratory Science. And we have several. So I might pick on one, which was on the most recent one, submitted in 2020. This must be the group of the latest graduates. So if I click on the topic, thank you. So when you click on that, I click on the topic and it gave me first the abstract, and there is the option of viewing or opening. If you click on the full text part, you are supposed to download it, or you can open it to read through. I think my network is a bit low, a bit slow. While downloading that, let me look at the other things that I might have not talked about. I've given us the list of the abstracts of the journals and the ebooks, which I think should be able to help you go through it. Now, maybe another thing I may need to remind us of is that you can borrow physical books for different periods depending on your level of study. So if you went through the process I was illustrating of identifying books within the library, then you can walk to the library so long as you are registered and ask for a book that you can borrow for 2 weeks if you are an undergraduate student. For the postgraduate students, you are allowed to borrow for 4 weeks. Now, after that, you will have to return the book or request for renewal. Now, the books that you can borrow, as a postgraduate, you can borrow up to 10. For undergraduate, you can borrow up to 6 books, which you can borrow at once and use them for those 2 weeks, or request for extension when the deadline, before the deadline approached. Now, having talked about requesting for renewal, I need to point to us the fact that you can communicate with us through different platforms. And the first platform is the live chats. Now, the live charts, how to get there is still, while you are still at Maktaba, maktaba.ku.ac.ke. It's loading. Down at the bottom right of the screen of Maktaba, we have a part called, it will ask you to chat with us. Now, when you click on it, you'll be able to send your detail or send an inquiry to the library. And we have, we have people who are stationed to respond to any of the inquiries that you are making on the live chats from during the operating hours of the library. So you can opt to contact us through this platform, chat with us. Then we also have emails that you can use to contact us. And besides that, the emails are indicated here. We have maktaba@ku.ac.ke. Another email is askalibrarian@ku.ac.ke. Besides that, we have at the bottom, we have a list of liaison librarians. The liaison librarian are librarians that have been stationed to deal with issues from different schools. So if you go to the list of liaison librarians, it will bring you, it will identify the school, the name of the liaison librarian, and the contact. So I don't think you have any reason to face a problem concerning library while you have been given these options here. We have email addresses, we have a live platform, chat platform, and we also have our social media pages, the Twitter handle and the Facebook page, where we'll be there to respond to any inquiry. I believe I must be at the end of my presentation and hand back over to Mr. Samuel. Unless there are questions, we'll receive.
I guess you have been taken through. The most critical takeaway today is to self-register yourself. At this point in time, we assume all of you got a KU email. That is the corporate email. With the corporate email and all the details regarding your names, which you have, the registration number from your admission letter, and knowing your department and your school, you are able to self-register. It means that if you have a corporate email, you can log into your corporate email and activate the account you have just created. The moment you do that and you create a personalized email, you are able to access the resources the way Jared was able to access those e-journals and e-books and also other useful links. If you can be able to do that by the end of this session, I'm sure when you combine that with the e-learning management system and all the other issues sorted out, then you'll be good to go. If you have a challenge with your email, the KU email, please contact ICTs through the support platform. It was in that program. You just need to send a ticket using your current Yahoo or a Gmail account and tell them that you don't have a corporate email and give your details of the details that described you as a KU student. because that email, although it comes from ICT, it is very, very important in your unit registration, in accessing the portal, and also in accessing the e-resources from the library. So that's why all of us today were part of one team, because we are playing as a team in partnership, in collaboration. So ensure you got the KU email, because it is what you'll be getting communication from the university with. It is what you'll be registering yourself in the library platform, and all the other issues relating to the university. That is the core way of communicating. If we can achieve that self-registration, you're able to access the resources, then we'll have succeeded. But subsequently after this, we are talking with Eric Masika, Daktari, so that subsequently, for those who are not able to access today, for one reason or the other, we can have a makeup. But for you who are there today, we can do even an in-depth where you'll be having challenges. And it's only a maximum of 2 hours. When you are recorded at that particular time, please, because we are not telling you to come to main campus or to any other campus, we'll be accessing you at the confines of your home or your workplaces. We'll be able to take you into detail on the search techniques, how to search databases, and then the issue about integrity of information and access to information, the issues about plagiarism, especially for postgraduate students, that's very critical. And even for undergraduates as they prepare to do their undergraduate, their postgraduate studies in future. So there is a policy on plagiarism for postgraduates. You need to go through the graduate school website, look among the downloads, and look at all those things so that you won't say that you don't have the information. But we just hope that we'll have another session where all of you and those who are unable because of technicalities not to log in, we are able to do that. Any other question? I'm glad my friend, my colleague here, David, was answering most of the questions. For those that we are not unable to answer, please still continue hassling us. We have provided the channels of communication given by Jared Otieno. Please communicate with us. Communicate with us. Any other question before we exit? We had said 1.5 hours from 2:30. We still have about 10 minutes or thereabout. Any other burning question? Remember when I was doing the intro, I said we have several branches of our libraries. Where KU has a campus, we have a library. The KU campus library near you, you can just walk there. The information we provide is online. So whatever you do in Kitui or Mombasa or Nakuru, it can be reflected in the main campus because a lot of stuff happens here in the headquarters. So do not hesitate. Whatever we have said today, the guys in the campuses can still do that. If you have challenges registering yourself and you don't know where the technicality is, just walk there. If you are near any of our campuses, you will be sorted. Any questions? We hope we have been able to answer your questions before you ask them. And please interact with that Maktaba platform. That is a matter of life and death. If Dr. Masika is in the platform, if he has come from the other meeting, then I think can bring the curtains down. Or any other member from this vol. If these vol members are not in the room, then we can have one of the participants maybe say something and maybe close for us with a word of prayer. I guess Madam Joyce Karanja opened the meeting in the morning at 9 with a word of prayer, and it was deferred by Dr. Masika when we had a break. We can have now a participant pray for what has happened today.
Winnie Wangare, would you please pray for us? Yes, Winnie. Please unmute, alafu. Unmute, then you pray. Unmute your mic. Unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, let's go ahead. Dear Heavenly Father, come before you this evening. We say thank you for the entire session. Let's continue through our day. Protect us. Believing in your good and mighty name. Amen. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Amen.
Welcome.
It was good having you guys. Thank you for your patience. We'll meet soon online again to deepen what we have shared today. If you have challenges, please contact us through the chat or through the maktaba at ku.ac.ke or any other platform, and we can really sort you out. Thank you and have a nice weekend.
Thank you and bye.
That's it? What? They are still going through approval.
I know it is still showing as pending. It is still showing as pending, but you don't have to. Once it is still registers.
Hello. Yes, auntie. Can you share? Please, okay. Share. Sharing makes us all happy. We can share. Yeah, Mama. Sharing makes us all.
Thank you all. I think it's been very wonderful day. You guys must have had a long day. And at this point, thank you, David. I see David is still on. I see David, my colleague from the library, is still on. Thank you. I was following quietly. And so we bring this to a close. And we wish you the best as we start our journey in KU. If you have a question, please ask us. We'll be able to give you an answer all the time. We are here for you. Just know that we are ready to serve you. Use the contacts given to you, people, and we'll always be available for any question. At the university level, there's no funny question. There's no question without an answer. All the questions have answers, and they're answered by relevant people. So please do not hesitate to talk to us anytime. And two, as you walk around, please do not hesitate to visit us in KU. You're more than welcome anytime. Otherwise, we wish you the best, a good evening, and as we look forward to bring this to a close. I don't know whether any one of you wants to make a final prayer. Does anyone want to make a final prayer? Winnie, do you want to make a final prayer? Winnie Wangari, do you want to make a final prayer? Or if not, Winnie, I see you're running away. Winnie, do you want to make a final prayer? Okay, let's see anybody else. Miriam, my colleague, is also here. Miriam, do you want to pray for these guys as we come to a close?
Hello, Doc.
Hi, David.
This is Jared.
Oh, that's Jared. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Winnie Wangari already prayed.
Oh, she's already prayed.
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. That's really kind of you. You know, I was multitasking. Thank you so much, Jared. I followed your presentation. That was amazing. We will be seeing you around as we keep supporting this team.
Thank you.
So I'll bring this to a close, and God bless you all.